And I discussed it. Well, I think I'll save that when I've got the greater bunch of people in here. Not a greater bunch of people. You're the greatest bunch of people I've seen so far today, other than my wife. But a larger group of people. And so, as a default to talking about the courthouse, which I'll be talking about throughout the trial, and what's going on here, and why it looks kind of ramshackle, but it's at the threshold of great beauty. Can you all hear me? No? Okay, well, that might be my fault. Let's see if I can. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me in the other building? Folks in the county boardroom, can you hear me? Raise your hands if you can hear me. This isn't a good start. Can you hear me now? In the county boardroom, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? In the county boardroom, can you hear me? Raise your hands if you can hear me, please. She said she could hear me, but. Why is there a qualifying term at the end, but? They are raising their hands? You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. All right, so I won't, I feel guilty because we're going to play Jeopardy here in the courtroom, and those folks can now hear, and but they won't be able to participate, but we'll make it up to them one way or another. Yes, we do play Jeopardy here when we've got some downtime, as we do right now, because there's nothing we can do at this moment, and we will shortly be able to get underway with things. But this is a long-standing tradition here, and we don't give any money. Don't be thinking that you're going to walk out of here with a pot of gold. But we have points. Frozen?
It's frozen. Judge, we can't see you. If you could hold for a moment.
Well, I'm just playing Jeopardy, so I'm just going to keep going.
But are you on the bench?
I am. Good thing we have the Jeopardy game for us to practice. Let's be not to be confused. That's our category, and only the jurors can answer. Nobody else. Not to be confused for 400 on the menu. Scallops are shellfish, and these are immature or green onions. Who said scallions? Well, they all said it now, you know. Yeah, and of course it's the correct answer. Not to be confused for 1,200, the reflex. That's in quotation marks. The reflex was a #1 hit for Duran Duran. This is the R in the digestive disorder abbreviated GERD. Ma'am, in the back. What is it? Reflux. That sounds good. Very good. How about, not to be confused, for 2,000 points, diuretics are drugs that help rid the body of extra fluid. Dianetics is a book by him. L. Ron Hubbard, did somebody say? Let's raise your hand and don't just shout out the answer, because I want to recognize the brilliance of the individual who comes up with the answer, because some of them are going to be, there's only going to be one person in the whole room who gets it right. This is Easter, and the reason we're doing Easter is because I do this during moments when we're waiting for things in trials, and we're backlogged from Easter, so we're catching up. Does that sound right? Anyway, we've been trying a lot of cases, but I haven't had as many. All acceptable. Okay, wonderful. Yeah. Easter for 5,000. A little birdie told us there's a 2009 documentary all about these marshmallow Easter treats. Yeah. Peeps. Sounds right to me. Okay, what are peeps? How about Alphabet City for 200? A, it's considered the birthplace of democracy. A, it starts with an A. Yeah, sounds right to me. Yep. How about Alphabet City for 600? I, it's the only major city that straddles two continents, Asia and Europe. Yeah. Sounds right. You got it. Now, for X bonus, what is the former name of... Okay, can you sing the song? Istanbul, Constantinople. Remember that? And then, what's that?
I'm deferring this way.
Okay, well, that was a very popular song when I was about 70 years ago, when I was a young boy, and then it made a what's the word I want? Had an encore. What's the word? Yeah, a comeback. That's good. And what, about 10 years ago, and I was hoping it would last longer than it did, but it kind of a neat song. Someone who has, if you need to use the restroom at this point, you can go and they're on the second floor here. Where are they? Men, second floor, third ladies.
Third floor.
Third floor ladies. Wow. How long have they been here? Yeah, I was going to say, what were they serving over there?
Please press pound, then enter your meeting ID, followed by the pound sign again.
I don't know. That would be a tough choice. Go ahead. That would be a tough choice for me, whether to just fight it so that I could continue to participate in the Jeopardy, right?
Please enter the meeting passcode, followed by pound. You are in the meeting now.
Alphabet City for 1,000. Q, this capital sits at an elevation of 9,350 feet. Yes, sir. Keto sounds good. Yep. All right. Now let's see. You know, the actual percentage of people who needed to go to the bathroom is much higher in this area than back of the railing, and I'm trying to think what the railing. Well, of course, they came over earlier.
Yes, they did. They've
Okay.
been sitting here since 8 o'clock.
Oh, 8 o'clock?
Yeah, they were sending them over in groups.
Sorry about that. Well, I'm not sorry, but I'm sorry for them. A trophy hunter
Did you get my
for 400.
No, my text earlier this morning about Judge was he's right there.
Oh, hi, Judge. How are you? No, okay, thank you very much. Hey, you know what? There is something.
Yeah.
We're gonna what?
Anything that happens outside of it. Oh, is that for?
That's for the
Judges
my dues?
Association?
Yeah, I would appreciate that. Thank you. You can stay for Jeopardy if you want. All right, how about Trophy Hunter? okay. He wants to help. All these people, they want a trophy hunter for 400. This college football trophy is named for a coach who got his law degree from Penn in 1892. Yes, sounds right. Yep. How about trophy hunter for 1200? A young man sits under a tree and writes down the song of a muse on the Nobel medal for this field. A young man sits under a tree and writes down the song of a muse on the Nobel medal for this field. Poetry, maybe? Do they have a Nobel for poetry? Oh, it's literature. I'm not even going to give myself half credit for that answer. Trophy hunter for 2000, Kevin Hart called this network's Golden Popcorn Trophy the heaviest award that you can receive. Kevin Hart called this network Golden Popcorn Trophy the heaviest award that you can receive. What is MTV? Why would that be the heaviest award that you can receive? Huh? Are we having any luck with this?
Yeah, we know the problem.
Okay.
There was a juror. Well, in March of 1933, CBS Radio's Robert Trout said, quote, "The president wants to come into your home for a little what?" Yeah. Fireside chat. Very good. Very good. How about famous women for 200? This sprinter set records in both the 100 and 200 meters in the 1988 Olympics. Anybody? Yeah?
Yes,
Jackie Joyner-Kersee, is that? Yeah. Well, not exactly. Anybody? This sprinter set records in both the 100 and 200 meters in the 1988 Olympics. Who is Florence Griffith Joyner? But you were close. Famous women for 600. The first Latina on the Supreme Court. She says watching Perry Mason as a kid inspired her to become a lawyer. Anybody? Yeah. What did you say? Sotomayor. That's correct. Sonia Sotomayor. For 400, this state has beer and music, the Anheuser-Busch Brewery, and the Scott Joplin residence. Yeah. Missouri, that sounds right, or I know you're not from there, or you just said Missouri. All right. How about National Historic Landmarks? What do we need, 2 more rows?
No, I think we're missing Jared.
What about the fill-in, though? Have we got everybody? You're kidding me. 34, 40.
76.
We have 76 in here now? Oh, then we're full.
Yeah, we're waiting for 15 now.
Okay. National Historic Landmarks for 1,200. The first Confederate capital is in this Alabama city. Anybody? First Confederate capital in an Alabama city? What is the name of the city? What is it? No? Yeah? Sounds right. Yep, that's right. Okay, we're going to do one more. National Historic Landmarks for 2,000. Boys Town began as this priest's boys' home. Father Flanagan, she's not on the jury, but I'm going to qualify her as a partial. Who is Father Edward Flanagan? It was a big deal when we were kids, right? Father Flanagan's boys' home, yeah. Saved a lot of kids, but Spencer Tracy, they made a movie, yeah, with Eddie Rooney, was that his first name? Mickey Rooney. Mickey Rooney. Spencer Tracy. All right. All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Judge Schrader, and welcome to your courthouse. And can you hear me over in the county boardroom? Raise your hands if you can hear. Great, thank you. We're here to select a jury today, and it's a criminal case. We have around 150, I didn't see the exact final number, but 150 of you here for jury service today, but we're going to pick a jury of 20 people to hear the case. And actually, you know what? Maybe we should we have space.
I'm sorry.
I wonder if we should bring over.
We don't need that one whole pew.
Okay, she's right behind you. So this.
There's the state.
You want more over?
How long would it take? How long would it take?
How many seats reserved for the state? 4?
No, 12.
State had 12.
So he's bringing 12 more jurors over.
Well, he said they wouldn't need one pew. Do they need?
One pew?
Do you need one or none?
The 4 seats in the back, we like with that full pew.
Okay, then we need 6 now. How long would it take? All right, we're gonna bring 6 more over then.
Okay, I need 4 jurors. I'm sorry, 6 or 8?
Whatever you're fitting in a pew.
Whatever fits. I thought it was 7. It is 7.
7?
Yeah.
7. So it should be 77 through 80.
No, that's okay.
If we seem disorganized, we're actually not, but we don't usually do this on Mondays. This is a much larger group than we ordinarily will work with. Okay, they're on their way. Let's do a few more. How about 1960s films? For those of you who were alive in 1960. Chocolate Syrup, Casaba Melon, and Playboy model Marley Renfro were enlisted to create an iconic scene in this film. Chocolate Syrup, Casaba Melon, and a Playboy model Marley Renfro were enlisted to create an iconic scene in this film. What is Psycho? You've heard of it. Safe Spaces for 200. The name of a fertile place in the Libyan desert gives us this word for a fertile place in any desert. No, it does say desert. The name of a fertile place in the Libyan desert gives us this word for a fertile place in any desert. Yeah. Oasis. Sounds right. Correct. Safe Spaces for 600. Samuel Johnson said, quote, patriotism is the last one of these for a scoundrel. Yeah. You know, that's pretty close. Yeah, it's pretty close. Anybody thinks he's got or she's got a better answer? Refuge. Last refuge of a scoundrel. But I always thought it wasn't patriotism, it was politics. But I don't know. Safe Spaces for 1,000. The extraterrestrial type of this is granted in the extraterritorial type of this is granted in embassies. No, only the jurors are in on this. I don't want the lawyers to embarrass themselves. All right, so but the safe spaces for 1,000. The extraterritorial type of this is granted in embassies. What is it? Asylum. Excellent. Very good. How about earth science for 400? In a double one of these weather phenomena, the colors in the secondary one are reversed. In a double one of these weather phenomena, the colors in the secondary one are reversed. We got two back there. Let's try this lady. Here. Yeah. Rainbow. That sounds right. Yeah, you know, and you had it right too? I did. All right, very good. Earth science for 1,200. Standard, this measurement is 1,013 millibars at sea level. In a 2007 Texas tornado, a 194 millibar drop was recorded. I probably could read that better. Yeah. Air pressure. That it says here. I'm gonna say yes. Alex probably would have looked over to the producer and asked what to do. But what is atmospheric pressure? Acceptable is barometric pressure, and you said air pressure, but I think that's okay. What do you think? Should we vote on it? You know, you wouldn't believe how much they're paying me to do this right now. And I know what you're getting, $8, but I don't know if you think it's worth it or not. Earth science for 2,000. The drift of 60,000 Nikes lost from a container ship helped establish that the California one flows into the North Equatorial Zone. I didn't read that right, in case. The drift of 60,000 Nikes lost from a container ship helped establish that the California one flows into the North Equatorial one. That sounds right. That sounds right. Yeah, it is correct. All right, how about literary characters? After a poor peasant's wife grows ill, she gives birth to a tiny son whom they name this. After a poor peasant's wife grows ill, she gives birth to a tiny son whom they name this. I think these are very tough questions today. I really do. Who is Tom Thumb? All right, sister cities for 200. This city in Maine, not the Oregon one, is sisters with Shinagawa, Japan, a city of 350,000 inside metropolitan Tokyo. Yeah. Portland. That is correct. Very good. All right, I think we're ready to go now. Okay, folks, welcome everybody, and can you hear me in the boardroom? Raise your hands if you can hear. Are they up?
They have 95 checked in right now, so she's going to prepare the list with 95 and send that over
Okay.
with the seating chart. Here you go.
Did they raise their hands? They could hear me?
Yes, they did.
Okay, good, thank you. All right. Again, I welcome you to your courthouse, and we're going to pick a jury to try a criminal case. We're going to pick a jury of 20 people. We have 80 people here now, 34 of whom are on this side of the railing, and the remainder on the other side of the railing. And then we have also a large contingent of jurors who are in the county boardroom who can watch and hear what is going on. Well, they can watch me. And they can hear what's said here, hopefully regardless of the speaker. And so they are going to be kept fully aware of what's going on, even though they're not here in the courtroom with us. The procedure is going to be that I'm going to ask, and the lawyers will too, it's the voir dire examination. You probably saw a movie over there this morning. Did you see a video? Okay, all right. Well, the voir dire is an examination of people to determine if they are suitable to serve on a jury. And I'll question you, and then the lawyers will have a chance to question you about various factors. We're looking, of course, at whether anybody's biased. We also are going to look at some other factors that may work into whether you're suitable to sit as a juror in the case. And we will do that by questioning just the 34 who are in in what we call the well, which is on the inside of the bar. There's that bar at the front of the audience portion of the courtroom. It's called the bar. That's what you hear about passing the bar or admitted to the bar. That's what they're talking about. And that separates the people who are the legal participants in the case, lawyers usually, from the people who are here for either as spectators or as potential jurors or whatever. And the questions are going to be directed just to the 34 people up here. But all of the jurors, those on the other side of the bar, those in the audience portion, and also those over in the county board room, need to listen to these questions, since the procedure is going to be that I apologize for this. This is sinus, so it's not. I've been 3 times vaccinated, but I will struggle a little bit with it. But it is sinus related. We're going to question the 34, and we're going to ask them to raise their hands if the answer to any of my questions is other than no. Raise your hand if your answer to any of my questions is other than no. Those of you who are either in the audience here or over in the county boardroom do not have to answer these questions, but you do need to listen carefully to what is happening here in the courtroom, since you will need to answer a question if you're called up here. Would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far? And if so, which ones? So keep close attention and make a mental note of any that you would raise your hand on, and then you'll be able to answer that question. If we didn't do it that way, then every time we needed a fill-in juror up here, we'd have to go through all the questions again, and believe me, that would not be a good situation, at least in terms of my behavior. So what's going to happen is the 34 up here are going to be questioned, and if any of them is excused for cause, one of the jurors will draw first from the people who are here in the courtroom, and periodically we may bring over more of you folks from over in the county boardroom to join us in the courtroom, and that'll add to our reserve here. But we will take somebody, if there's an excuse for cause in the 34, we'll take somebody from the audience portion to replace that person, and then is when I will ask of that juror, would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far, and if so, which ones? And then we'll go through that. That change will happen if anyone is excused for cause. So that's because we want to maintain a constant number of 34 jurors on this side of the railing. And the reason we want to do that is because each side, under our law, is entitled to exercise 6 strikes, and they can remove each side can remove 7 of you without needing to give any reason at all, and that'll leave us with the 20 jurors we want to try the case. So that's the reason for 34. That's the reason why we replace, so that we'll always have 34 here from which those 14 strikes can be taken. You're probably wondering, what's he talking about? 20 jurors? Who ever heard of that? You hear on television sometimes they'll talk about alternate jurors. We don't have any alternates. Everybody who is picked is a full-fledged juror. The selection process takes place at the end. If, when we go to verdict, when we go to deliberation, at the end of the trial, if there are more than 12 jurors, then we will strike off whatever number is necessary to get down to that number. So maybe it'll be 8, maybe it'll be 2. We don't know yet. It depends on how many, if there's any family emergencies or illnesses that mean that we have to discharge a juror. And so we'll keep 20 as long as we can, and then, as I say, when we go to deliberation, there'll be 20 who will decide the case. I took a larger number than usual because this trial is going to last a couple of weeks. That's what the lawyers tell me. I suspect they're probably estimating a little bit on the high side, which is what I want them to do. We don't want to run short, or I don't want to give you a false impression. And in fact, when I question you in a few minutes about length of service, I'll probably ask about 2 weeks plus a couple of days, just in case things don't go as rapidly as we expect they will. So, well, why don't I talk about that right now? The anticipated length of the trial is 2 weeks. I'm going to ask about 2 weeks plus 2 days. We start typically at 9 in the morning. We work until around noon. We take a break at noon, and food is being brought in for your lunches. And we'll continue at about an hour's delay for lunch. It might be shorter than that, but thereabouts. It could be maybe 45 minutes for lunch, but an hour. And then we'll start again, and we'll work until 4:30 or 5 o'clock. And that'll be the schedule pretty much for the duration of the trial. Every day, 9 a.m. to 4:30 or 5, with a break at lunchtime. We also take breaks in the morning and in the afternoon, as necessary. But there's at least one break, and often two, in the afternoon. But you should count on being in this building, in the jury room, for the duration of the trial. So that's number one. And number two is the duration of the trial. I'm going to place it at well under 1 in 100, a less than a 1% chance that for some reason I would order during the trial that you would be sequestered, which would mean that you would be housed in a hotel at night in individual rooms, and you'd be provided with all of your meals all day long. You'd have limited access to television and internet and that type of thing. But I have not done that since I was statutorily required to do so. When I started in the system 50 years ago, on a case of this nature, the jury was required to be sequestered. So I'm familiar with the process, and I know how onerous it is, and so I will resist it in every way I can. But I can't rule it out entirely. As I say, I'm being very honest with you when I tell you there is less than a 1% chance, in my estimation, that we would come to that. But I don't want to spring it on you suddenly. That's pretty painful. So, but let's talk principally about the reality of it, which is the days that you'll be here and the 9 to 4:30 or 5 time period. I'm not going to guarantee that we won't run later on some occasion. We might have a witness who's come from Thailand or something, who we have to take and has to catch a plane or whatever, and possibly could go a little later in the day or start a little earlier in the morning. But I think that it's fairly safe that we will be on the schedule I've indicated. So let me ask now, and well, I'm going to do a couple of things. Number one, the voir dire is conducted under oath or affirmation. So I think what I'm just going to do, I'll swear just those who are in this room at this point, and if we bring replacements over from the boardroom, we'll swear them separately. Now, even though those of you back of the railing are not going to be answering questions yet, I'm going to ask that you join in the oath now. So is there anybody who has who's in this building, who's in the courthouse building, who has a religious or moral objection to the taking of the oath? Is there anybody? All right, then would each of you signify your acceptance of the oath by raising one of your hands, please, and the clerk will administer the oath.
So 7 is actually 34, and 34 is 7. Do you and each of you swear you will true answers made to such questions put you in regards to your competency to sit as a juror in this action where the state of Wisconsin is plaintiff and Kyle Rittenhouse is defendant? So help you God.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let me, yeah. In the back row, just the back row, that's seats 1 through 11 in the back. Is there anyone who is unable, well, let me, I always give a little speech first about, well, they're often about me, and I'm going to make this one about me too. When I was in law school, there was a war going on. There was a lot of unpopularity about the war. It was very controversial, and there were a lot of people involved. We had this is Vietnam War, and huge numbers. I think sometimes we had just short of 600,000 men over there. Probably some of you were there. And matter of fact, it's November, so do we have veterans in here on either side of the railing? Somebody who served in our military? How about a hand for these people, huh? Okay, there were just short of 600,000 principally men in those days over there, and I think, 57,000 of them never came back. So I was in school at that time, and a lot of my classmates were getting drafted out of school. Now, that happened to a lot of people, whether they were in school, whether they couldn't find a job, whatever the case may be. But they, some of them had wedding plans, some of them had jobs already lined up, and they got a notice, and they had to go. And there are three things that we had to do for the great benefit we have of being Americans: pay our taxes, serve in the military if drafted, and serve on jury duty. You don't have, there is no draft anymore, so there's no obligatory military service at the time. So those are the two things we have to do as citizens, is to pay our taxes and serve on a jury. The reason I'm talking about this is I saw people's lives change dramatically because of something they had to do for their country. Whether they agreed with it or not, they had to serve in the military, and some go to war. And so that's the background with which I approach your obligation as jurors. And I'm saying this so that you understand, if when I ask, is there any reason that you can't be on the jury, understand that I may say no to you because of that background. Even though there's no harm in your asking, it's perfectly valid for you to ask to be excused because you've got some obligation, a personal obligation or something, but I may say no anyway. Please understand that that's the background with which I approach this. Otherwise, it can become a question of just people who don't want to be here, wanting to get off, and that wasn't the story in 1968, and it's not the story now. So that's my little talk about that. Now, there are some good reasons. I mean, if you have already purchased tickets and you've got a vacation all paid for or something like that that's coming up next week, I want to hear about that because that can be a perfectly good reason. There may be some work-related issues that would be sufficient cause that I would excuse you, but I do want you to understand, being excused from jury duty is a major thing, and it's not going to just happen easily or routinely, but you're not going to get shouted down either. No, I won't. I'm not. Hopefully, not going to try to. I'm not going to humiliate you in any way by just saying no. So that's the beginning of that. Now, is there anybody for whom this schedule creates a problem in this back row of 1 to 11? All right. Now we're going to question by number, and I believe that's with the consent of both parties in this case. And the reason we're doing it is we've got such a large number of jurors, much higher than usual, and it makes it a lot easier for everybody if we question you by your number. So when I call on, if I recognize you to speak, do you still have those numbers?
No, we took them, but their post-it notes are on the chairs.
They're okay. I'm right behind them. So, but you'll have to crane your neck and get back there and see what your number is if you don't remember it already. But your number is on your chair. So if you'd state your seat number or the number posted on your seat, are they identical? Is she number 3?
Yes.
Okay, I'm trusting you. All right. Number 3, what's up?
I'm number 3. I recently moved to Chicago.
Recently moved to Chicago? All right, well, you have my sympathies, ma'am. But, oh, no, I love Chicago. Please. All right, so that's a permanent residence, ma'am? Okay. Any reason this lady shouldn't be excused?
No.
All right, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. You can step down and she's excused. All right. All right, Mary Irene Mendoza. Would you come up, please, Ms. Mendoza? Yeah, if you know, we should send them in reverse order. I never realized that before, in that first row. So they don't have to climb over everybody.
Judge, may we approach real quick?
And now, number 35, who's in seat 3. Would you have raised your hand so far to anything that I asked? Convenience. Well, convenience is the wrong word. A challenge of the schedule. No problem? All right. Now, I know there's a lot of inconvenience involved in this. And so please understand, we do appreciate your sacrifice, but so some of you aren't even bringing things up that maybe you ordinarily would. So thank you for that. Anybody else in that back row, 1 to 11? Seat number 6.
My reason is I have a job that's been contracted out and I have to finish it this week, or else I break my contract.
Okay. What kind of work is it?
Home and business remodeling?
Do you have anyone who works for you or with you?
Yeah.
Do you? Could that person or persons do
I
the
have
job?
Two other people that work with me.
Okay. Is there a way that they can complete the work? Why not?
They're not going to finish it without me
Because
because I'm the one that gets a lot of the stuff done.
do you ever like get sick or anything like that, or just have to take off or go deer hunting or anything like that?
It's a total of 3 people doing it.
I'm not trying to be difficult.
Okay.
I just would it be impossible for the job to be completed without you?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'm going to sit on that, and I'll let you know. Number 7.
Well, actually, I'm number 34, but I switched.
Okay.
My-
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you have no reason to be sorry.
Okay, so I'm a special ed teacher for severe and profound disabilities, and I'm supposed to tell you it would cause a hardship for my district,
What district is it?
Greenfield.
Okay. You told me.
Okay.
Thank you. Next. This is number 8. Go ahead, ma'am.
I'm a single mother. I have a very young children.
How old are the children?
One is 10 and has a disability, and one is 13. And I'm a teacher, and I took a job last year in their school to attend closer to the one that need extra help. So 2 weeks, that would be very challenging. My family lives in Europe, and they can't travel over here right now because of COVID restrictions still. Otherwise, generally, my mom comes and helps doing things like this.
Your mom ordinarily comes, but she's in Europe?
Yeah, both my mom and dad live in Europe, and generally she travels when if needed for us. But because of COVID, Italy is not allowed to be traveling at this time yet. So I don't have anybody to leave my children with.
Okay, thanks, ma'am. I'll get back on that one. Anybody else in the back row? Okay, thank you. How about the second row, numbers 12 through 22? And we're talking. This is different from my usual number sequence, so I'm spinning here. What is your number, ma'am?
15.
15, and what's up?
The only thing is I have chronic migraines, so I can't tell you ahead of time. I take normal medication, so I couldn't tell you like tomorrow if I'm going to be down with one.
Okay.
The last one I had was a week and a half ago, and I didn't function until afternoon.
Okay.
What it's worth.
Now, migraines can come in multiple forms.
Yes.
Some of them, you could get one that would be
Yeah,
a real pain.
I've been taken out in an ambulance.
Okay, that's what you get some that are disabling.
Yes. Yes.
You have some that you can work past, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. How frequently would you have them that are just terribly, severely disabling?
Once a month.
Okay. Okay.
That's why I'm saying something.
Okay.
And I'm okay if you have to think about it. I just wanted to.
Yeah, and I'm going to make a note of it, and I'm going to take it under consideration. That's number 15. So, all right. Next in the middle row, number 21, I think that is, Mr. Number 21. Is that your number, sir?
Yes.
Okay. What's up?
I have nasal surgery scheduled on the 21st in the hospital. I haven't tried to reschedule it yet, and I can, but it is scheduled on the 11th.
Which would you rather do? Be here with me or have your nose operated?
I'll be honest with you, I'm not looking forward to it.
Is it something that is to be done urgently?
No.
Number one. Number two,
It's-
is it difficult to reschedule?
I don't know how difficult it would be to reschedule.
Okay.
I haven't even tried.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna give that some thought. Okay. Anybody else in the second row? First row. This is the first row. Yeah. All right. Do you have your hand up, ma'am? Here.
323.
Okay.
Wouldn't bring this up, but after the 10th, my partner and I, it's just my partner and I who run a business.
Okay.
Only two of us. She's having surgery on the 10th, and she is going to be out for 12 weeks. She cannot be lifting, walking, moving.
What kind of a business is it? A retail or a
It's retail and greenhouse.
okay.
Run here in town.
Do you ever have temporary employees or anything in there?
Only in planting season, which is not until April.
But you do have people who are familiar with the operation or not?
Not the store, the
Retail
retail
operation?
portion of it, and right now we're not doing any of the planting, so that's the only thing they would know how to do. But
Okay.
It's always just us two on the retail end of it.
This is starting on the 10th?
So I think this is where to wrap up. Before then, this is a non-issue.
Right. And you don't know about whether it would be difficult for her to reschedule her
She's
surgery?
not. This is
Okay.
urgent. She's already been put off.
Gotcha,
over
gotcha.
the past 6 months.
All right. What's your number again?
23.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Ma'am, number 16? I'm sorry. What's that?
24.
24.
Yes, I'm a single mother and I have a junior high student that I'm responsible to drop off at school and pick up from school. So I don't know what that would look like.
Okay. The drop-off is presumably not a problem with the 9 o'clock start?
No, that would not be a problem.
What about the pickup? What time is that?
He gets off at 3:55.
Okay. Does anyone else ever pick him up?
Not really. His father works second shifts, so it's, primarily I'm the only one that picks him up. So we also have a vacation set for the 27th. You know that you said
That
that
won't be a
child.
problem.
Yeah.
Not if I can help it.
Well, there's no promises.
All right. Yeah. Okay, I can tell you right now that I'm afraid that that is not going to be a reason that I will. I assume you can get somebody else to do it, for neighbor or friend.
Not much family here in Kenosha,
Yeah.
so
Does he have friends from school? If he's 14, he probably
Good,
can.
I don't know any other parents or.
No, but okay. Okay, thanks. Who's next? Anybody in that row? Okay, thanks. And now let's start with a mini row in the front here. In the front, anybody? Okay, wonderful. Thank you. All right, now I'm going to think about some of these that I've left pending, and we'll move on. And I'm going to introduce the case to you. It's entitled "The State Against Kyle Rittenhouse," and when a person or entity feels that some wrong has been done that can be addressed by the law, a complaint can be filed with the clerk of the court, asking for some legal action to be taken. And that document is known as exactly that, the complaint. And that's where the word plaintiff comes from. The person or entity which files the complaint is the plaintiff, and in a criminal case, the state is always the plaintiff and is typically represented by the district attorney of the county, and in this case is represented. The case is presented by Assistant District Attorney Thomas Binger and Assistant District Attorney James Krause. The person against whom this complaint is brought is known as the defendant because of the role of defending the action. And the defendant in this case is a gentleman by the name of Kyle Rittenhouse. And he is here with his lawyers, Mr. Mark Richards and Mr. Corey Sharafacy and Ms. Natalie Wisco. And after some preliminary activity has taken place on the case, the district attorney makes a formal charge selection and presents it to the court in a document which is known as the information. It gets its name from its informative function, and it can contain one or more allegations or charges of criminal activity. You hear that referred to in your experience in life or on television or whatever as counts. And in this case, the information contains 7 counts alleging various levels of unlawful activity. The first charge is charges that on the 25th of August of 2020 at the city of Kenosha in this county, that the defendant recklessly caused the death of Joseph D. Rosenbaum under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. This is a crime which is literally known as reckless endangerment reckless homicide of the first degree. The second count charges the defendant with another charge is first degree recklessly endangering safety, and alleges that at the same time and place the defendant recklessly endangered the safety of another, Richard McGinnis, under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. The third count charges that the defendant committed an additional crime of reckless endangerment of the first degree at the same time and place by recklessly endangering the safety of an unknown person under circumstances showing an utter disregard for human life. The fourth count charges that at the same time and place the defendant caused the death of Anthony M. Huber with intent to kill that person. This is a charge literally known as intentional homicide of the first degree. The fifth count charges that at the same time and place the defendant attempted to cause the death of Gage Grosskreutz with intent to kill that person. This is a crime literally known as attempted intentional homicide of the first degree. The sixth count charges that at the same time and place, the defendant, being a person under the age of 18, did go armed with a dangerous weapon. This is a crime literally known as possession of a dangerous weapon by a person under 18. And the seventh count charges that at the same time and place, the defendant committed the crime, the unlawful act of failing to comply with the order of local with an order of local government emergency management activity, alleging that he intentionally failed to comply with an order issued by an agent of the state or of a local unit of government who is engaged in emergency management activities under Chapter 323 of the statutes, including training exercises. And so to each of these charges, I should add also that with respect to the first 5 counts, the district attorney alleges that the crime was committed while the defendant was armed with a dangerous weapon, using a dangerous weapon. To each of these charges in the information, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which is a demand that every material allegation of each of these counts be proved with respect to the first 6 counts beyond a reasonable doubt, and as to the 7th count, by evidence which is clear, convincing, and satisfactory to a reasonable certainty. And I'll talk later about the burdens of proof. The defendant is not obliged to prove his innocence. The entire burden of proof is upon the district attorney to establish the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state is unable to sustain that burden, then the jury is bound to find the defendant not guilty. Well, let's start with that. Is there anyone of you who is related by blood or marriage or adoption to or acquainted with the defendant, in this case, Kyle Rittenhouse? Is there any one of you who knows any of his family or kin? Does any of you know any of the attorneys whose names have been mentioned here, or has ever had any business or professional or social dealings with any of them, or been involved in a transaction in which one of them was also involved? I'm going to ask well, I think first I'm going to give you some background on the case, and this case has enjoyed a lot of publicity, and we're going to talk about that in a little bit as well. But I'm going to give you some of what the complaint alleges, because the information is a formal statement of the charge, but there's more of the district attorney's factual assertions contained in the complaint. And it is alleged that on the night in question, there was a good deal of public unrest in the central area of the city of Kenosha. And it is alleged that the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, was in Kenosha at that time, that he was armed with a rifle, and that also in the city at that particular time were Joseph Rosenbaum, Richard McGinnis, this unknown person who is referred to in the 3rd count, Anthony Huber, and Gage Grosskreutz, and that during the course of the evening there was a period when there was close contact between Mr. Rosenbaum and the defendant, and the district attorney alleges that it ended with the defendant firing a bullet, or firing a series of bullets, one of which brought about the death of Mr. Rosenbaum. With respect to Mr. McGinnis, he was in the close proximity of that incident in which that gunfire occurred, and that the district attorney claims that his safety was endangered by that. After that incident, it is alleged by the district attorney that Mr. Rittenhouse started moving northbound on Sheridan Road. And the incident, by the way, involving Mr. Rosenbaum is alleged to have occurred down at 63rd and Sheridan in a place called the Car Source. And then after that, it is alleged that Mr. Rittenhouse was walking down the center of the Sheridan Road, northbound, and at one point there were other people in the street who appeared to be in pursuit. The district attorney claims in his complaint that Mr. Rittenhouse stumbled and fell, and then there were a series of people who came into close proximity with him, and that at that point he began firing at three of them, the unknown person, Mr. Grosskreutz, well, next Mr. Huber, and then Mr. Grosskreutz, and that he missed his shot or shots involving the unknown person. Mr. Huber was fatally struck, and Mr. Grosskreutz sustained a gunshot wound. And that's what the case is about. And we might as well ask now, is there anybody who's read or heard, is there anybody who hasn't read or heard anything about this case? Okay, now I'm going to give you another talk now. This is about our Constitution. 1,000 years ago, a case like this would have been tried. Well, let's go back even further. Let's go back to I'm sure you remember it, the fall of Rome in 476. And when Rome fell, the world changed dramatically. And the ancient law, which had developed from Greece and Rome, which involved jury trials, not the kind of juries we have today, but they were the resolution of legal disputes by use of reason. And that fell with Rome. And some very primitive methods came into use to decide legal disputes, including criminal cases. Sometimes I saw somebody at one of my grandkids' games a month or so ago, and he was wearing a shirt that said "Demand trial by ordeal." No, demand trial by combat. And I thought, what an unusual shirt. But because I talk about this once in a while, I thought it was kind of interesting. I guess it turns out that there's a program on television that deals with that. Is anybody familiar with that? Well, there's some program on TV that has dealt with the concept of trial by combat, and I think there may be a movie coming out about it. It actually was true 1,000 years ago that people who are having a legal dispute, including in criminal cases, could either themselves or hire someone to fight for them, and they'd fight with the other side physically, and there'd be an ecclesiastical blessing. A priest would bless it, and it was decided that God would guide the hand of the innocent, and that the innocent person would win that fight, and that would be the outcome of the case. They also had something called trial by ordeal. And the concept was that a person would be made to walk across, for example, a bed of coal, burning coals, or stick her hand or his hand into a boiling water. And depending on the healing period, if the person recovered sufficiently, and this was blessed, so that it would be a message from God, that was determined. If he didn't come out too badly, he was innocent. If he did, his punishments had just begun. So that's how they actually decided cases. And then in 1215, Pope Innocent III prohibited priests from participating in these ceremonies. So they had to turn to some other way to determine these issues, and they moved back towards the jury system. And the initial juries were actually made up of people who knew the people involved. People who had either been witnesses, who saw what happened, or people who were acquainted with the people and knew whether they were honorable people, whether they were violent people, whatever the case might be. They had some knowledge of the people, and they'd get together and they'd talk it over and they'd come up with a verdict. Well, what's the number one problem that you would see with a system like that? Bias. Because if the witnesses, well, the people you were with. So the people who were with one side might well side with family members, might side with somebody. So they decided to get away from that. This didn't happen overnight, but they decided to get neutral juries who would hear testimony from the people who actually knew something. And that's the system that continues to this day. That's why you're here. And you're here because the founders of our country didn't trust me. They didn't trust any judge. They knew the abuses that had occurred, even with the jury system. They knew the abuses which occurred under judges who were appointed by the king. And so they were hand-selected, and then they were still responsible to the king to get paid, or I should say, the king was responsible to them to pay them. So they felt that there was way too much influence on the judiciary to trust decisions of this magnitude, deciding a case like this. That should not be entrusted to judges. This should be decided by the people themselves. That's a system that's lasted 225 years. We're the oldest democracy in the world, in part because we have this important check on the government, which is trial by jury. That's why you're here. What goes with that is that there's something else. So that let me start over. The founders of our country were very firm about what was going to go into that Bill of Rights that was passed at the first Congress. And one of the ingredients was trial by jury. They wanted to protect that. It's in the Constitution, the basic law of this country. And it was carried over into the states so that both under the federal and the state constitution, people have a right to a trial by jury. And that's why you're here today. They put another provision in the Constitution entitled, well, the title isn't important. It is for a fair and impartial jury. That's an obligation that they imposed on you. These are people who had risked everything, their lives, as they said themselves in the Declaration of Independence, their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. They pledged all of that, and they literally did. This was a capital offense when they rebelled against their lawful king. And gruesome execution. The forfeiture of all their property. There was something called corruption of blood, where not only were they disinherited, but their children. They would lose everything. And their sacred honor. Now, there's honorable people in this world today, but I don't think it gets the attention that it did in a former era. When people, well, Thomas More is a perfect example, who was the Chancellor of England, and it was the expectation of the king that he would swear an oath that the king, rather than the Pope, was the head of the church. And Thomas More didn't agree with that. All he had to do to save his skin was to take that oath, but he refused. He didn't deny the king's title, but he simply refused to swear that he believed the king to be the head of the church. And as a result, he was beheaded. That's sacred honor. And that is what these people pledged when they gave us our freedom in 1776. And then again, it's what they expected when they created our Constitution, the Bill of Rights, after the formation of the United States under the Constitution. So they specified a fair and impartial jury, not just a jury that's going to be motivated by one influence of another. This case has become very political. It was involved in the politics of the last election year. To this day, you could go out now and read things from all across the political spectrum about this case, most of which is written by people who know nothing. I don't mean that they're know-nothings. I mean that they don't know what you're going to know, those of you who are selected for this jury, who are going to hear for yourselves the real evidence in this case. But there's something called the First Amendment, that's another part of our Constitution, where they guarantee the right of a free press. And it's the price we pay for having a free press is a lot of irresponsible and sloppy journalism. This is not an attack on the media. I've read things about this case that were perfectly stated what had happened in this court. And there are things that I think, was I in the courtroom when that happened? It can be frightening. So I'm not bashing anybody, but I'm going to talk about what you need to do, what you need to be thinking about if you're picked to hear this case, and how much reliance you can put on things that may be just sloppy, which is a vast amount of it. Some of it that is deliberately biased, that's out there, and sometimes from respectable media outlets. But that's the price we pay for having a free press, because we value that. But we also value having a fair trial. So the critical thing you must remember is whatever you've read or heard about the case before, whatever you've been thinking about the case, you have to be in line with what these people who risked their lives for our freedom asked of us, demanded of us. Fair and impartial based upon the evidence. Those who are picked for this jury will be in the front row seat to see exactly what happened and make a rational decision based on that. And anybody who's not on board with deciding strictly on the evidence needs to tell us that. If you can't do that, then you can't be fair, and you're not in step with what the founders expected and demanded. So, that's speech number 2. Maybe it's speech number 2 in part of 3. But, so, I'll be asking, we're going to ask, what's going to happen is there'll be general voir dire. I'm going to ask some questions of you. And then the lawyers will ask you some questions. And then we're probably going to call some or many of you into the library. It's not private. And I'll say right now, we have limited space in the library. We're not going to try to move all these jurors into the back room, into the conference room for the individual voir dire. So we will admit maybe 6 additional people beyond the people, the lawyers and the defendant and the court personnel. And we'll do those individual questioning, but I will permit a limited number of people who may be here from the media and that, so they can keep track of what's going on. The case is being televised. The entire case, I believe, is going to be televised. And by the way, you're not going to watch any of that, those of you who are selected, because you're going to wait until after the trial, and then you can watch as much as you want. But while the case is ongoing, you're not to be going back and looking at things or seeing what, even if you're on the case, not to go back and see what happened at a particular time. But I'll talk about that more later. But you're not going to be pictured, none of you. It is absolutely forbidden for the media to photograph or create any image of anybody on the jury. So there is no question of that being involved. But first of all, let's follow up now. Those of you in the back row who have read or heard anything at all about this case,
and who cannot, don't think he or you don't think you can cleanse it from your mind. Not that you pretend you never heard it, but that you understand. You know what the media can do, even when they're doing a tip-top job. They still have time pressures. They have space limitations. They have to go to commercial. They have all kinds of considerations that we don't have here in the courtroom. This institution was created specifically for trying cases. So we bring in as much evidence as we can that's consistent with the rules that have been established for many cases, hundreds of years, to ensure fair trials. And we have the luxury of time, your time, but we have the luxury of time. We have really strict rules about both sides getting a chance. Both sides, under the Constitution, have a right to question the witnesses. It's called cross-examination. Both sides have the right to force people to come to testify, whether they want to or not. Both sides get an equal chance to argue the case with you. We try to maintain balance. The media don't have that. That's a luxury that they don't have because they have their time limitations and their space limitations and their corporate legal obligations to run their sponsorships and that type of thing. They can't do that. So they, even under the best of circumstances, they can't, no one, and not even the most responsible, well, even really responsible, real journalists, no one would argue that we should try cases in the media. Think about that, how frightening that would be. Instead, we have just what the founders gave us, the right of a trial by jury. So you're going to hear the exact evidence you need to decide the case. Is there anybody in that back row who feels that he or she will be unable to disregard entirely everything you've heard, everything you've seen about the case, any pictures you've seen, any videos you've seen, anything at all you've heard? Anyone who cannot disregard all of that and decide solely on the evidence which is offered in this trial? Anybody? Back row. All right, number 5, is he actual with that? 5, is that right? What's up? No, okay, no, I don't want to, when I say number 5, 6, he kept telling me 6 and I don't want to hear what you saw or heard. What I want to know is, you feel that you will not be able to put it out of your mind?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Did you have your hand up also, ma'am? No, you did not. Pass the mic down 2 places. And this is number 8, yes? What's did you feel you can't put something you read or heard outside of your mind?
No, I don't think I can.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anybody else in the back row? Yeah. I don't think I can. Number 4? Okay. All right, I'll get back to you. Thank you. Anybody in the middle row, 12 through 22, who feels that he or she will be unable to completely disregard anything previously heard or seen about the case and decide solely on the evidence which is presented in the court? Tell me your number, please. 19? And you feel that you're just not going to be able to decide solely on what you see and hear in the courtroom under oath, subject to cross-examination?
I do not feel I can ignore.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I do not feel I can ignore different things I've been reading over the past year.
Okay, are you positive? Do the things you've read measure up to the demands that are put on the presentation of evidence in the court?
I believe so. I trust in the people I get my information from.
All right, thank you, sir. First row.
number, what is,
24.
24. And what's up?
I wish that I could, but I don't.
You just couldn't put aside something you read and rely strictly on what is under oath and,
Not so much that I've read, that I've seen.
okay?
Things that I know that are going to be involved in these cases.
Okay. All right, thanks, ma'am. I'm going to get back to you. Anybody else in the front row and the mini row in the front? Anybody? And you're number 33?
Correct.
What, you feel that you will be unable to wash away what you already heard and saw and not, okay, thank you, ma'am. We'll get back to you. Thanks. Anybody else that I missed? I'm sorry, number?
30.
30? And what's up? You're not going to be?
I feel like I can wash it out of my mind.
Okay, all right. And now, that's my terminology, and I want to make sure that we're on the same page. I'm not asking that you forget it, just understand it cannot be relied upon for anything, and must be, instead, the reliance must be placed on what comes in court. Can you do that? No? Okay, thanks. All right. I'm going to ask the parties to name people who might be witnesses in the case or whose names might be mentioned during evidence presentation during the case. And just as a moment here, does anybody need a break right now? 5-minute break? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Please, I'm going to ask that if you don't want to take advantage of the break for the restroom or something, that you remain. And I think there's water out there. That's for the jurors, is it? If it isn't, it's going to be. If you want to go out and get one of those or something, but otherwise, unless you're needing to use the restroom or something, please stay in your seat if you would. Those of you who leave, do not discuss anything that's happened here in the court today. Nothing. And then come right back. Don't talk with anybody else about anything. And please come back to the same seat you're in right now. Okay, 5 minutes.
goodbye to you. Wish you didn't have to go. No, 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 no. And when the rain
in the county boardroom when everybody's back. We're waiting a little bit because they have less bathroom facilities over there than they have here, so a little bit of a wait. Came here, my first day working was January 12th of 1971. And I met my wife the first day that on the job, and 49 years later. But this room was very dark. It's darker than it usually is now, both because of that. It looks like a tapestry there, but it's actually a piece of, I don't know terminology, but to me it's wallpaper. It's not paper, but that is what those walls over there, that's what they looked like. They had something applied to them, that piece like that applied to them. And so that was on those walls. The windows were stained glass, which has been replaced, and I'll get into that later. But so that's darkening the room somewhat, and then because of the sun, we've got the shades pulled down somewhat. But I felt it was a very dark room, and it had very dark blue drapes, dark blue, which were pulled all the time. The walls were very dark blue. You don't even see it over there in the experimental areas they've done up there, where they were searching for what the original paint looked like. But it was a very dark blue, probably about equivalent to what the drapes are now. That was the paint on the walls, and it had to go with that. It had a olive green carpeting. Now, I don't think you'd find that in most decorating studios, but
all the jars are back.
They're all back? Oh, great. Well, I'll finish later. All right. What was I talking about? What was the last discussion? I'm sorry, Mrs. Howell. Oh, about witnesses. Witnesses. That was it. I didn't want to get into that without. Okay. People who might be witnesses in the case or whose names might be mentioned in the testimony. You're going to hear these names. I'm going to ask the lawyers to read them in groups of about 10. But you're not going to hear from all these people at the trial, not even close. You're probably going to hear right now about 200 names of people. But only a fraction of those will actually be testifying at the trial. But we want to make sure that we cover everybody who could theoretically come in as a witness, or more likely whose name might get mentioned. So that's the issue now. The lawyers are going to identify people whose names might be mentioned or who might be witnesses in the case. And then at the end of each group of 10, I'm going to ask whether any of you is familiar with any of those people. And then we'll discuss further what the nature of that acquaintanceship is. Well, I might get into a little bit. But anyway, let's start off with the state's witnesses or names which might be mentioned.
Thank you, Judge. Our first group would consist of Dr. Vicidas Fornas from Frederick Hospital, Dr. William Falco from Frederick Hospital.
Would you do me a favor? I'm going to ask that you be seated and closer to the mic, please.
Sure.
Somebody was messing with the wires.
Stuck on something. Oh, okay, perfect. Josh Martin from the Kenosha Fire Department, Mark Willer, Detective Benjamin Antaramian, who's seated right here to my right, Officer Pep Moretti from the Kenosha Police Department, Officer Jason Krieger from the Kenosha Police Department, Detective Martin Howard, who's sitting just behind me here, Officer Brittany Bray, and Officer Leo Esparza from the Kenosha Police Department.
Okay, is there anyone of you 34 who knows any of these people whose names have been mentioned? Number 8.
It's Brittany Bray.
Brittany Bray. What is the nature of your acquaintanceship?
I taught one of the children.
You what?
Taught one of the children.
Taught one of her children. How long ago was that?
3 years ago.
Okay, and was there anything that was? I don't want to talk about the child. Was there anything about your having that child as a student that significantly differed from other students?
I don't think so. Her daughter also dances with my child.
Okay. Have you ever had an in-depth discussion with the officer about anything other than the child and how school was going?
Well, we talked about arrests in the city. We have done that because recently we were in the same room for dance.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, anybody else in the back row? Okay, middle row. I call it middle, there's 4, but the middle, the 11 row in the front. Okay, great. How about this front row? We're at seat number 24.
I went to school with Brittany Bray.
Okay, and at where? Okay. Now, Hersing's relatively recent, so this was fairly recent or not?
I would say about 5 years ago.
Okay. Did you have extensive social contact with her?
Other than Facebook friends, no.
Okay. Have you ever discussed business with her? Her business? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead. Sorry. Front row, the mini row. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. The next few dozen names will be all from the Kenosha Police Department. Sergeant Dusty Nichols, Officer Brandy Valeri, Sergeant Daniel Bandy, Detective Matthew Hagan, Officer Heidi Neeson, former Officer Joseph Kozak, Sergeant Adam Jurgens, Captain James Beller, Officer Jasmine Sanders, and Officer James Caraway.
Okay. Anybody in the back row acquainted with any of the people who have been mentioned? Second row. Number 13.
13. Former Officer Joe Kozak.
Nature of your acquaintanceship?
My dad worked with him for a long time. He's on the same fire department that I'm on for a long time.
Okay. Do you think that, well, did you ever discuss
No, I
his
talked to
employment with him?
A couple of years.
Okay. Do you think that would affect your judgment in this case at all? Okay, thank you. Who else? Okay, now this the front row, and we have a hand up. Would you give your number, ma'am? 29, and what's up?
I am familiar with Matthew Hagan.
Okay, nature of your acquaintanceship?
Neighbor of my sister, a couple of years, probably about 5 years back, just neighborhood party.
Okay, did you ever get into a discussion about business or anything?
No.
Okay. Do you think that your acquaintanceship with him would affect your judgment in respect to this case at all?
No.
Thank you. Anybody in the front row here, the mini row? Okay. Mr. Kraus.
Thank you. Officer Jeremy DeWitt, Officer Michael Gack, Detective Corey Brennan, Officer Carolyn Weir, Officer Matthew Eakins, Officer Amanda Franco, Officer Carlos Jarina, Officer Kimberly Voss, Officer Eric Wiedner, and Officer Keith Soderstrom.
Oh, anybody? Middle? Front? Mini? All right, next.
Former Officer Jacob Birch, Officer James Crine, Officer Jeffrey Van Wee, Officer Donald Rowley, Michael Payan from Joint Services, Agent Lindman from the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, Sergeant Daniel Cooper from Kenosha Police Department, Officer Saftig from the West Allis Police Department, Officer Brian Koss from the Kenosha Police Department, and Dr. Douglas Kelly from the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay, anybody acquainted with any of these people? Back row, middle row, front row, mini row. Okay.
From the FBI, Special Agent Timothy Walther, Special Agent Daniel Gartland, Special Agent Mary Davidson, Special Agent David Kowalski, Officer Caleb Barkley from the Caledonia Police Department, as well as Officer David Baird from the same department. From the Kenosha County Medical Examiner's Office, we have Jennifer Schreeder, Carrie Matushik, and Patrice Hall, and then Detective Philip Brightshaft from the Kenosha Police Department.
Okay, anybody acquainted with any of the, in any row? Acquainted with any of those people? All right, would you state your number again, ma'am, please? 33, and with whom are you acquainted?
The medical examiner.
Okay, what is the nature of your acquaintanceship?
Well, I work where I work. There's an interaction between the two of us
Okay.
on some occasions.
Okay, have you had personal discussions with the doctor?
No.
Okay, so if he were to testify, that can I assume that that would not affect your judgment in this case in any way?
No, it would not.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Heather Williams, the Milwaukee Crime Lab, Special Agent Brian Cooney from the FBI, Special Agent David Bianchi from the FBI, Gage Grosskreutz, Giovanni Garcia, Andrew Reeves, Anthony Burright, Dominic Black, Mackenzie Rittenhouse, and Richard McGinnis.
Anybody acquainted with any of the names which have been mentioned? Okay, let's start with you, sir. Number?
26.
26, what's up?
My son is personal friends with Dominic Black.
Okay, have you had contact with Mr. Black?
Never met.
Okay. Have you discussed with your son any aspect of this that you would not be able to disregard entirely?
No.
Okay. What did you say, 33?
26.
20 what?
26.
Well, I was pretty close, right? All right, 26. Thank you. And there was another hand in that row, ma'am. Number, please? 29. And what's up?
Andrew Reeves.
What is the nature of your acquaintanceship?
My son is friends with him and his brother.
Have you discussed any aspect of this matter with him?
No.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anybody else? Okay, next segment.
Sure. Brittany Powell, Lopez McKinney, Samantha Mays, Robert Mays, Priscilla Anderson, Hanford Unaste, Walter Godbolt, Tyrese Crump, Ellen Kalick, and Daniel Basovich.
Anybody acquainted with any of those people? Okay, Mr. Kraus.
Whitney Leeming, Mark Garino, Carol Badani, Tiffany Kusera, Nicholas Smith, Cassandra Albrent, Ryan Balch, Dustin Collette, and Kristen Harris.
Anyone? Go ahead.
Joanne Fiedler, Jason Lakowski, Danton Mertz, Alexis Safer, Kevin Glowicki, Joey Kep, Joshua Zeminski, Kelly Zeminski, also known as Kelly Dunn, Colin Doherty, Austin Gregory, Justin Hamilton.
Anybody acquainted with any of those? Thank you. Go ahead.
William Katzman, Tom Seeker, Amber Rasmussen from the State Crime Lab, Daniel Osenosik, former City Council Kevin Mathewson, Officer Sean Morton of the Kenosha Police Department, Sophia Pokonjak, Cameron Wisner, and Bijou Blaise DePriest.
Anyone? Go ahead.
Brandon Gutenschwager, Alyssa Vance, Officer Alex Wickets from the Kenosha Police Department, Officer Brian Ruha from the same department, Detective Joshua Schreiner from the Kenosha Sheriff's Department, Lieutenant Kenneth Urquhart from the Sheriff's Department, Detective Jason Melikar, and Officer Cypress, both of Kenosha Police Department, Soledad Juarez from Joint Services, and Detective Gerald Kaiser from the Kenosha Police Department.
Anyone acquainted with any of those folks? Get the mic over there. All right, your number again?
8.
8, and go ahead.
Jason Malakar.
What is the nature of your...
We just do parents things with this.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Just parents' activities with the children.
Same type of thing?
Yeah.
You know what, my sinus...
Parent things.
Parent things, okay. Any discussion about the employment at all? About the person's employment at all? Or familiarity with this case?
Well, we did talk about the arrest with the last year or so.
The general discussion of unrest in the community?
Yes.
Okay. Anything specific about this case?
Not I can't recall.
Was there anything that was discussed that you would not be able to put aside and rely exclusively on what's stated in the courtroom here?
To be honest, I'm not sure about that.
Thank you. Anybody else from this group of 10 acquainted with any of these people? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. From Kenosha Police Department, former Officer Todd Thorne, Officer Tanya Kennedy, Officer Nicole Kopp, Officer Joshua Feekes. Then from West Dallas Police Department, Officer Gold, Officer Musadi, Officer Benke, Officer Madden, Officer Corwin, and Officer Binter.
Anybody acquainted with any of those folks? What is it?
I know it's Thorne.
Your number?
Oh, I'm sorry, 14.
14. Now, with whom are you acquainted?
Todd Thorne.
Okay. What is the nature of your acquaintanceship?
We used to go to church together.
Okay. Have you ever discussed his police affairs with him?
Long time ago.
Anything to do with this case?
Nothing to do with this case.
Okay. If you were to testify in this case, would you judge his testimony by a different standard than that you would apply to any other witness?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else from this group? Number 8 again.
I know Nicole Kopp. We do swimming with the children together.
Okay. Have you discussed any aspect of this case with Nicole Kopp?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Thank you. Well, let me ask you this. If she were to testify in this case, would you judge her testimony by a different standard from that of any other person?
Probably yes, because I know her well.
Any reason this lady shouldn't be excused?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I'm going to excuse you, and thank you for your service. You'll get a handout from the bailiff about future service. Thank you. And let me ask number 36 to come up, please. Yeah. Before you run the gauntlet there, would you have raised your hand and answer to anything which has been asked either by me or by Mr. Krause? Okay, thank you. Would you take that seat, please? Seat 8. I noticed that you list an out-of-county address. But you live in Kenosha County? Yeah. You live in Racine County? Ooh. Did you live in Kenosha County previously?
Yep.
Okay, how long ago did you move?
A year ago.
And where you're living now, is that your permanent residence?
Correct.
Do you have a driving license?
Yes.
What is the address there?
This is my current address.
In Racine?
Correct.
Are you registered to vote
In Racine.
in Racine? Any reason this gentleman shouldn't be excused?
No, Your Honor. No.
All right. Thank you, sir. And always nice to have a visit from our neighbors to the north. 37. And number 37, ma'am, would you have raised your hand and answered to any of the questions asked so far? Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else now from the last group? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Kraus.
Thank you. Tefun Koskin, Edgar Costa, Jonathan Ford, Justin Katigbak, Deputy Miller from Sauk County, South Dakota, Gilbert Schmidt, Larry Collins, Mike Tobin, Brandon Childers, and Pat Case.
Anybody familiar with any of those folks?
No.
Thank you. Next numbers.
I just correct that Deputy Miller's from Sauk County Sheriff's Department, not South Dakota. Anmol Kindry, Kyle Cook, Nathan DeBruin, Mary Mackenzie Waldschmidt, Juan Pablo, Hannah Giddings, Lucas Zanin, Monica Matta, and Officer Sturma of the Milwaukee Police Department.
Anybody acquainted with any of those folks? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
Wendy Rittenhouse, Faith Rittenhouse, Michael Rittenhouse, Ray Dickhard, Charles Rosenbaum, Tamra Rosenbaum, Carrie Ann Swart, Thomas Brazelton, Joshua Binninger, and Agent Mims from Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
Go ahead.
James Warwitz, Karen Bloom, John Huber Jr., Nick Dennis, Chief David Smetana from Pleasant Prairie, Carol Wilkie from Pleasant Prairie HR, Officer Noah Tarski from Antioch, Andrew Ross, and Corey Washington.
Anybody acquainted with any of those folks? Tell us your number, please. 18. What's up?
I know Chief Smetana and Carol Wilkie.
Now, have you ever discussed any aspect of this case with them?
No.
If one of them were to testify, would you judge that person's testimony by a different standard from that you employ with any other witness?
No.
Did you ever discuss any aspect of this case at all with them?
No.
Okay, thank you. Next. Oh, another hand? Okay, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Number 6.
This is number 6.
Yeah, me and Corey discussed it. I was actually down there when all that happened.
In the area here?
Yes.
Any reason this gentleman shouldn't be excused?
No.
Okay, thank you, sir. And let me ask. Number 38. And ma'am, would you have raised your hand in answer to any question asked so far?
The very first one is kind of a conflict of interest for me because I'm a caregiver for my elderly father who is accident prone, and he does not have anybody currently sitting with him right now.
Okay, is there anybody else who can do this?
No. my two sisters both live out of state and they cannot get up here to take my place. And none of my children would be able to take care of it.
Any reason this lady shouldn't be excused?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Number 39. And ma'am, would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far? Thank you very much. Please take that seat. Okay, anybody else from the last group of names? Go ahead, Mr. Kraus.
Thank you. Corey Washington is also known as Corey Elijah, more commonly. Brandon Beeman, Drew or Frank Hernandez goes by both names. Elijah Schaefer, Julio Rosas, Ford Fisher, Michael Lehman, Devin Bennett, Alicia McCrae, Brandon Utarte Childers, Angela Aker, Sarah Castelli, and Alan Castelli.
Okay, anybody on those names? Your number again?
24.
Okay, what's up?
The Corey Elijah.
Okay.
I watched his live stream that night.
Okay, so this is something that was actually, there was a live stream running that night and you were watching it? Okay. Can you, even though that is claimed to be a live stream, and I'm not suggesting it isn't, can you disassociate yourself from whatever you saw on that or any commentary there may have been and decide solely on the basis of what's presented here in the court?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Any reason this lady shouldn't be excused?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. What was her number again? 24. And how about number 40? Would you come up, please? Where did I put number 39? Oh, she missed this. She already conflict. All right, ma'am, would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far?
Just the first one. Sorry, just the first one. Child care issues with kids.
Okay, what's up?
I've got a 4-year-old in the 4K program, and my husband works, so I've got 5 others.
You've got a 4-year-old in the what program? In the
What?
In the what program?
In the 4K program.
Okay.
It's a half days.
So what's the schedule?
They go in the morning. He has bus time, but my other kids don't have bus time. So he gets done around 11:45. He gets off the bus.
Okay. And is there a neighbor or a close friend, relative?
All of our relatives, and my husband's relatives, are all living up north, like 5 hours.
How about
My husband's trying to see if he can get out of work to come and pick
does
him
he
up.
live close by where he would have to do his transporting? I mean, if you say he has to get off work, does he work here in town?
Yeah.
And is the school here in town?
Yes.
So, okay,
So he would have to be sitting in his office at work.
okay,
The rest of the afternoon.
okay.
And then he has to do transportation for the other kids too.
I'm going to let that sit for now, but thank you. Anybody else on that last one? Incidentally, was there anyone else who was down here in the area between, let's say, 65th Street and 54th Street, between, about 12th Avenue and 6th Avenue on the night that this incident is reported to have occurred? Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sarah Castelli, Alan Castelli, Scott Dickhart, Brianna Garrison, Sahil Kindry, Elena Fro, Brian Blake, Brandon Cramen, Susan Hughes, James Armstrong. From the State Crime Lab, Chelsea Dominguez and TJ Williams.
Okay, anybody familiar with any of those folks? Okay, thank you. Mr. Richards.
Nicholas Gialvo of Digital Forensics, Peyton Engel, Digital Forensics, Dr. John Black, Force Science Institute, Evan Devlin, Investigator, Dr. Jeffrey Jensen, Medical Examiner, Todd Johnson, Private Investigator, Steve Spignola, Private Investigator, Officer Jacob Birch, Kenosha Police Department, former Officer Amanda Franco, Kenosha Police Department, Sergeant Jeremy DeWitt, Kenosha Police Department.
Familiar with any of those folks? Go ahead.
Jason Lakowski, Ryan Balch, Joanne Fiedler, Nicholas Smith, Jacob Marshall, Joshua Zeminski, also known as Alex Blaine, Kelly Zeminski, also known as Kelly Dunn, Monica Mata, Lucas Zanin, Nathan DeBrune, and Richard McGinnis. That's all, Your Honor.
There was one on your list that you didn't mention, or maybe I didn't hear it. It's number 12 on the first amended witness list.
I didn't list them because the state already listed
Oh,
them
okay,
here.
fair enough. Okay, anybody acquainted with any of those folks? Okay, thank you, folks. Does any of you have any interest, financial or otherwise, in the outcome of this case? Does any of you have any feeling of bias or prejudice for or against anyone involved in this case? Number one, I think I'm going to leave it alone. We'll discuss it in a little bit. Anyone else for or against anybody? Biased for or against anybody? Number three.
So my daughter is friends with the family of one of the deceased.
Okay.
I do not know them.
Okay. Do you have you discussed the matter with your daughter?
That's hard not to do.
Well, no, yeah, I'm not suggesting it is. It isn't. I'm going to leave it for further inquiry. Okay, anybody else? Okay, is there any one of you who has any opinion or has ever formed or expressed any opinion as to the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Let's break that up into separate questions. Once again, keep in mind that your decision is to be based on the evidence which is presented at the trial, but we do want to know if you've ever formed an opinion in the past, or if you've ever communicated any opinion as to the guilt or innocence of the defendant in this case. So let's go with the back row first. Anybody who has ever now has an opinion? Let's start with a now has an opinion. Anybody now have an opinion other than the presumption of our law, which is that the defendant is innocent? As I mentioned a little bit ago, that was another thing that the founders gave us, was a strong presumption of innocence. That's not true everywhere in the world. In some places in the world, there is a presumption of guilt, and the defendant has got to respond and prove his innocence. That is not our case. We have the presumption that the defendant is innocent, and the burden is upon the state to prove guilt and must prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. So, is there anyone who now has an opinion as to the guilt of the defendant other than that he or she will indulge the presumption required by law and presume the defendant to be innocent? Did you have your hand up, ma'am, or not?
Sort of.
Okay. Let me ask you this. whatever feelings you may have had coming in here, can you shed them and follow the precept of our law and presume that the defendant is innocent and refuse to vote guilty unless you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, even if you think that he is probably guilty? Can you do that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Well, you're telling us what you think. That's exactly what we want. So is anyone who objects to the removal of this juror?
No, Your Honor.
Right. I'm going to thank you, ma'am. Excuse you, ma'am, and with our thanks, and see the bailiff and ask.
Number 41.
Number 41. All right, and ma'am, would you have raised your hand and answer to anything that's been asked so far? Thank you. Would you please take that seat? Okay, I think I had did I have another hand? Oh, I've got several other hands. Go ahead, number 3.
Just not sure at this point.
Okay. Is it that you're not sure that you can put aside what you may have thought or in the past, or is it that you not sure you're willing to do that?
A little bit of both.
Okay. Any reason this juror shouldn't be excused?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Call the next.
Okay, so, this on?
Hold on. Bear with me a second. 41?
42.
42. 42, would you go up, please?
You want to ask him before he calls back?
Yeah. Would you have raised your hand in answer?
I'm going to Europe on Friday.
You're going to Europe on Friday?
Yes, sir.
Okay, turn around. Any reason this juror shouldn't be excused? All right, thank you. Have a wonderful trip. Where are we going? Where are we going? Where? Okay, well, have a wonderful time. Would you come up, please, ma'am? Come on up.
Number 43.
Okay, ma'am, would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions so far? Please take seat number 3. What was her number?
She was number 43.
43. All right, number 4, I think you had your hand up.
No, it's just my wife and I watched a lot of the video on TV, so we kind of had a lot of discussion with each other and came to our own conclusions as far as what we thought was going on.
Okay, now, and I think it's pretty normal. And, you know, people sometimes think that they're supposed to come in here and not have been aware of what is going on, and that's not true at all. And there's nothing wrong with my watching a program about some incident that happened in Beaumont, Texas. And, you know, you can watch what the media reports and form kind of an impression about it. But I wouldn't think for 1 minute that I would decide upon someone's innocence or guilt based upon what I saw on TV or what I had discussed with my family members. If I had the enormous power given to me by the founders of our country and the responsibility to be fair and impartial, I'd understand. You know, that was all fine and good, and it's all good when I'm detached from it. But when I'm right at the core of it, it would be like if the judge had the power that we don't have, given to us by the founders of the country. They said the judge would try these cases. If I could watch something on TV and then I could sleep through the tile and then give a verdict, decision. You know, that's
So there's nothing wrong with having had prior opinions about it. We do want to know about it if you're asked. But if you're confident and can assure us that I realize the very strong distinction between the safeguards built into our system and what's out in the general population, understand that. If you can do that, then there's not a problem. So you needn't be concerned about having previously formed some impressions about it, as long as you can follow the rules we've talked about. So, what do you think? Well, you bear with me. And obviously, I've got a big responsibility here of making a decision. And let me ask it this way: do you think you are any less? You think you are any less able to be fair in this case than anybody else who's here?
No, probably not.
Probably not, or not?
No.
Huh?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. How about next? Number 5.
Just not being able to put my own opinions aside as far as what I've seen and heard about the case.
Well, what would happen if the evidence developed and it actually was different from the information upon which you based your opinion? Would you be able to set your opinion aside then?
No.
You couldn't?
No.
In spite of actually hearing from people who actually saw or even videoed what happened, you wouldn't be able to put that aside?
No.
Okay, any reason this juror shouldn't be excused?
No.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Call up the next, please.
Juror number 44.
You want to answer?
Yep. Ma'am, would you have answered, or raised your hand rather, to any of the questions asked so far? Thank you very much. Would you take seat number 5 there, please? Okay, now that back row again. Anybody else? I see number 7, 8. Let's give it a second here.
I don't think I could put my feelings aside. I know quite a few police officers and firefighters and worked with them a lot.
I heard you say you knew quite a few police officers and firefighters, and I heard
I can't put my feelings aside.
Well, it's a matter. We all encounter incidents.
Well, I shouldn't say feelings. What I know, what I would think.
Well, you know what you think, but we're talking about hearing the actual evidence.
Right. I don't think I could put it aside.
So if you heard someone testify directly contrary to, and let's say you heard 4 witnesses who are directly contrary to what you think the case was, based upon what you've heard or what you seen, you wouldn't be able to disregard the okay. Any reason this juror shouldn't be excused?
No.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Juror number 45.
Okay, would you have raised your hand and answered any of the questions asked so far? No. Thank you very much, sir. Would you take seat number 8? Okay, anybody else? And the last question was if you've ever formed or expressed any opinion, now have or express any opinion as to the innocence or guilt of the defendant without hearing the evidence. What's your number, sir? 17, and what's up?
My biases go back to 14 months ago. I've been commenting consistently on news feeds and Facebook. It also goes a little further to my belief in the Second Amendment, which comes from Monroe's writings in the Federalist Papers.
I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you.
Okay, that's-
I'll read your website, but you know, here. No. I'm going to tell you. And you haven't done a single thing wrong. But as I said before, if I didn't say it, I'll say it again. This is not a political trial. One of the problems with the way the media has covered this, and it's not just the media. It was mentioned by both political campaigns and the presidential campaign last year. In some instances, very, very imprudently. You know, they're important issues for those who seek to lead our country to discuss. What the innocence or guilt of an individual accused of a crime is not one of them. And also, the trial is not about, to the extent the trial is about the Constitution, it's about the right to a fair trial. And I don't want you to take this as a lecture. My point is that we don't want to fall into the trap that many in the media have, a large percentage of the media, and discuss this as a political trial, or that there are bigger factors than this case at stake in this trial. We're concerned here in this courtroom to try this case in accord with our law, what our law provides, what our rules of evidence prescribe, which have developed over hundreds of years to improve the level of fairness. The jury system is a wonderful system that was given to us by our founders. It hasn't always worked perfectly, and in fact there's some very shameful chapters in the history of juries' determinations in this country. But I've been in this business for 50 years, and it's getting better. It's a lot better now than it was 50 years ago, and if we keep at it and try to contain our feelings and decide this case on the law and on fairness, it's going to get better yet. So I want this case to reflect the greatness of Kenosha and the fairness of Kenosha, and I don't want it to get sidetracked into other issues. Now, I don't care about your opinions on the Second Amendment or somebody else's that are directly contrary. One of the beauties of the jury system, although it's not intended, is that it brings together a composite of the community. And it isn't just a case isn't being decided on political basis. It's being decided, if it's done properly, on the basis of what does the law say, what are the true facts. That's what the jury decides, is what are the true facts, and how do they fit together, and that comes out as a verdict. So I'm sure you'll be questioned here when we go into the private discussions. I'm sure you'll be questioned about anything that you've put out on the internet or what discussions you've had, but they're not disqualifying. The fact that you've disclosed them is fine, but anybody, if you've said something about the case, we want to know about it for sure. But I just don't want to get into a discussion now where we're talking about the Second Amendment or anything like that, because this case is not about, the Second Amendment, like all the constitutional provisions, have a role in this case, but they are not the focus of this case, okay? If I'm going on, bear with me. Okay, so do you think you can be fair in this case?
No, I do not.
Do you think that there are other people here who are going to be fairer than you would be?
I have no idea how to answer that.
Okay.
I would hope so.
You think you're biased?
Yes, I do, and it goes back to the politics. told me to stop.
No, yeah, okay, okay. Any reason this gentleman shouldn't be excused?
No.
Okay, thank you, sir. And,
Juror number 46.
oh, I'm sorry. Ma'am, would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far? Okay, you don't have to be bashful about it.
I'm just voicing my opinion about this to a lot of people.
Okay.
I don't.
No, number one, is it possible that your opinion, whatever it is, can be changed?
Yes.
If you heard the evidence in the case, which has the safeguards we talked about, do you think you could put aside what you've said before and decide solely on the evidence?
Yes.
Do you think that you'll have to, once you're on the jury, that you might have to swallow your pride and tell your friends, you know, I actually heard all the evidence?
Yeah.
And will you be able to do that?
Yeah.
I'm going to put you in that seat then, and we'll see what happens. Number 17, please.
I think 15 and 16 had their hands up.
Okay, 15 had hand up. 15.
I've had extensive discussions with my husband, with him. However, I've sought it out for the video in review, and I could be impartial only given that the facts presented were given to both sides. So just as you stated, so often facts aren't presented equally. And the one video I sought out was presenting Mr. Rittenhouse in a more favorable light than the news did. So all the news clips that were showing up were not favorable for him. And what I'm definitely afraid of right now is, yes, I have somewhat of a preconceived notion, which I could overlook, but if given through the trial, you're starting to see that it's a one-sided, I would have problems with that.
Well, this is what the Constitution says. Both sides have the right to question the witnesses. Both sides have the right to force witnesses to attend and to present evidence. Both sides are going to be given the right to argue the case and present their views and interpretations of it. We try to do everything in total balance. When you see Liberty up there on the wall, she's always shown blind. Her eyes are obscured. When every judge takes an oath, from the Chief Justice of the United States right to the municipal judge of the smallest community in the country, every judge takes an additional oath, not just the constitutional oath, but also a judicial oath, which includes the pledge that I will administer justice fairly without respect to persons. That means be fair to everybody who comes in. Don't be looking at who's involved without respect to people. That doesn't mean you don't respect people. It means you don't give an advantage to a bank president or a big executive or a teacher or a priest or anything else. You cover all that up and you decide solely on the evidence, and that's what is expected of the jurors. Now, you said you saw one and then you saw another and you formed a different view of it, and you didn't see anything that's evidence in the case because there's been no evidence. You have a field of a fund of evidence which is absolutely nothing in the eyes of our law. When you have heard all of the evidence, both parties being fair to produce evidence and to challenge evidence and argue evidence, will you be able to be fair? Thank you. Did you have your hand up? It's
Yes,
number.
I did. 16. I verbally already said that he was guilty and all that. And all
I didn't hear what you said.
I verbally admitted that I thought he was guilty, and I figured, okay, while I'm sitting here, and I'll listen to it. In your explanations in the last couple of times here, I kept asking myself, can I honestly do that? And I keep coming up with a thing. If there's evidence there that would be indicating innocence, I don't think I would be fair to the college. I think I'm to the court. I'm making a specifically change of mind presentation. I just can't seem to get it out of my head.
I hope I'm understanding you right, but it sounds like you've made a conclusion early on, and even when you consider the injunction from the founders of our country that you should decide solely on the evidence, you're not going to be able to abandon that opinion? Is that what you're saying?
I do not believe I
Okay. Any reason this jury should not be excused? Okay, thank you, sir. Who's next?
Juror number 47.
All right, number 47, would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far?
Yes, sir.
What's up?
I'm a self-employed tile contractor, and I have a job in a house that is closing next Friday that isn't started yet. And if it's not done, those people move into a house without a bathroom.
Do you have people work with you?
Just me.
Work for you?
Just me.
How much of a financial loss would you take if a competing contractor were to do that work?
4,000-ish.
That's the gross, or that's your?
It would be the gross.
What would be the amount that you would be out of pocket?
Probably 2,500.
Any reason this juror shouldn't be excused?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Juror number 48.
All right, sir, would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far?
Sorry?
Would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far? Okay, thank you. Would you take seat number 16? Thank you, sir.
Does he want maybe a pair of headsets? I was just wondering.
Yeah, anybody, well, I didn't mention that. We have some devices here that to amplify the spoken voice, and they also decrease the ambient noises, and people have used them. In fact, I've used them, and they work very well. And we have a schedule where we sanitize them every 6 weeks, so that there's no concern about putting them in. Okay, we do it every day. Every time they're used, we do them. So, anybody want a hearing device? They work through this gadget up here, behind they're infrared, I don't know. Anybody want one? Just tell the bailiff. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Now, we were going through about people who have expressed opinions or now have opinions, and I think we're in. What's your seat number, sir? 19. What's up? Let's wait until the. Yeah.
I have discussed this with multiple officers in my family, and due to how often I've discussed it, I believe my opinion is set in stone on this. I do not think my opinion is set in stone on this. I do not feel that I could change that at all.
You know, I'm not trying to be obnoxious, although I can't be. But I'm not trying to be obnoxious. But what you're telling me is that you have discussed with other people, and no matter what the evidence is, you're sticking with your opinion.
Yes, I don't
Okay,
think
fair.
my opinion
No,
should be
well,
changed.
fair enough. I'm not trying to diminish you in any way. All right, any reason this gentleman shouldn't be excused?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Juror number 49.
$49? Oh, here we are. Sir, would you have raised your hand and answer to any of the questions asked so far? Thank you very much. Would you take seat number 19? Without tripping, I think she said. All right. Anybody else now who feels that he or she now has or has in the past expressed an opinion as to the innocence or guilt of the defendant? Number. Are you 25?
26.
26. Oh, yeah. And what's up?
I've expressed an opinion.
Okay. Whatever the opinion is, can you abandon it after hearing, well, to have an open mind when the evidence starts and decide exclusively, no matter if it's everything you thought about the case is true, turns out not to be fact, not to be established, even no matter what happens, you'll be able to decide on the basis of the evidence here in the court?
Absolutely.
Okay, fair enough. Anybody else? Okay, number 31.
31, yes. I have expressed an opinion. My nephew was a police officer and left because of the uproar. I will try to be unbiased.
Well, let me ask you this. The uproar, as you refer to it, the unrest, whatever you want to call it, is related to this case only because it is the circumstances under which it occurred. The case, the focus in the case needs to be on the actions of the persons involved. So there were many aspects of what happened during that period that have really almost nothing to do with this case. So I don't know what what your nephew, what aspect of it might have upset your nephew, or whatever reaction he had. But when you say you think you'll try to be fair, do you think there's any reason for me to think that you are less likely to be fair than anyone else who's here? Okay, thank you. Okay, 32.
Yes, I've expressed opinions when this all went down from Kenosha, so very deep rooted in the city, and have had my opinions. I think the problem I have is the amount and extent of people that I do know in Kenosha and how deep our opinions are about certain things. I think it would be very hard for me to not have outside influences during this time.
Okay, number one, hard is not in the equation. Just as when I was started talking about my pals in school, it was hard for many of them and frightening, I'm sure, but they had to do it because that was their duty. As far as influence by others, one of the instructions I'm going to give those who were selected for the jury is they're not allowed to discuss the case with anyone, not even members of their immediate family, much less anybody else. And what I tell them is, you're welcome. It's okay to say, "I'm serving on a jury," but then follow up with, "And the judge told me that if I talk with you about it, will both be in really big trouble. And that's such a perfect thing to say because it's the truth. And we don't want to go there. Believe me, neither of us does, but especially you. You don't want to talk about the case. And in fact, what I sometimes will tell people who get funny about it is I'll tell them, they'll give me their opinion about a case, and I'm not talking about this one, but they'll give me their opinion about a pending case, and I'll say, you have me at a disadvantage because I haven't heard the evidence yet. And of course, they haven't either, and they should feel like fools for even doing that. But as I said, it's a human tendency to form some impressions and all that stuff. That's all okay. But when you're coming here in the courtroom and you're on the jury, you're like one of the cardinals when they elect the Pope. They lock him up. And the reason they do it, if you research the history, there's some really fascinating reading about how papal elections used to take place. And so they when they cleaned it up, they said, we're going to lock them all up in the room, and they're not coming out until they're not going to be subject to influences by this one or that one or anybody else. And so I know you're well connected. And for the record, I'm acquainted with this person. She's well known to a member of my family. And but I don't see her even maybe a couple of times a year. Well, I think I see her at church more frequently than that, but beyond that, I don't typically have discussion with her. But so she's well acquainted and with people in the community. But every juror is just going to have to, who's selected, is just going to have a firm bar to having discussions with anybody about the case. Do you think you have opinions or have expressed opinions which you cannot discard entirely and decide this case solely as you view the evidence in this case?
That would be difficult for me to do.
Once again, you're talking about difficult. Do you think that...
I'd be unable to.
Pardon me?
I would be unable to do that.
Do you think that there's others here who are more able to be fair than you?
I believe so.
Okay. Any reason this Lee shouldn't excuse?
No, Your
Okay,
Honor.
thank you.
Juror number 50.
All right, sir, would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far? Thank you very much. Please take that seat. Okay, anybody else now? Oh, yeah, excuse me. And you are number 33? Oh, no. Okay, let's deal with the one in the back. This is number 10? What's up?
For religious reasons, I firmly believe that thou shalt not kill. I don't know what else to say. That's my opinion. It's been that way for a year now. Throughout this whole rioting and everything, I'm just petrified most of the time to even go out. I've got an alarm and cameras on my house now, and I live alone. And like I said, thou shalt not kill.
Well, let me, and I understand that, and I don't want to suggest that you should do anything in violation of the religious beliefs that you hold. However, I think most religious faiths accommodate the belief in self-defense, and that's going to be an issue in this case. The state is contending that these crimes were committed. The law provides that self-defense is a defense and that people have the lawful right to defend themselves. I think most religious groups believe that. I think that when, for example, during the attack on Pearl Harbor back in 1941, the members of our military, the sailors, were on the ship, and all of a sudden planes come and start shooting at them and dropping bombs on them. You know, I think most religious belief would be that they could morally return fire and try literally to kill those who are attacking them to save their own lives and those of their colleagues. So I want to make sure that, you know, I think that a large segment of the group here, perhaps everybody who's here, would agree with the proposition that thou shalt not kill, but will be open to what moral belief is. But more importantly, because we have secular institutions in this country, in this court here, we are bound by the law of the state, and regardless of your personal beliefs on the subject of the morality of self-defense, if it is self-defense, I'm not saying it is, if it's self-defense, it is our law that the jury is not to convict if the jury believes that the defendant acted in self-defense, and I don't want to get bogged down on that right now, but do you think you can follow our law, whether or not you agree that that should be the law, and that you think that it should be, you should turn the cheek? Do you think that you can follow the law in terms of making your verdict and examine the evidence and decide whether the case is self-defense? Can you do that?
No, I have to follow God's laws.
Okay. Any reason this juror shouldn't be excused? Thank you, ma'am.
Juror number 51.
All right, ma'am, would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far?
I have a general and a specific bias.
Okay. With the intensity with which you say it, it sounds like that you're not open to what the evidence shows?
In general, people are jerks, dogs are better, and specifically, my dad's funeral was supposed to be on August 25th that night. We had to reschedule because of everything that was going on.
Okay. Now, nobody here is charged with being disorderly. The actual crimes are very specific, and they're a lot more serious than that. But whatever happened in terms of lawful dissent, unlawful behavior, those are not the issues. That's frightening that things were disturbed by people's lives, including something as touching and important as that was destroyed by what happened. But is that something that you think should be taken out on somebody involved in this case?
Life's about choices. Choices have consequences. So,
okay,
honestly,
that's not in.
If people had minded their own business and stayed in their own city, then honestly, this wouldn't be going on right now.
Okay. Is there any reason this juror shouldn't be excused?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Juror number 52.
I'm sorry. Would you have raised your hand and answered any of the questions asked so far?
Two of the witnesses.
A couple of the witnesses?
Yeah.
Who are they?
Brandy Valeri.
Oh, Brandy Valeri.
Brandy Valeri, and I think the other one might have been Ellen Keeler.
What was it?
Ellen Keeler.
Okay. What's the nature of your acquaintanceship with those folks?
Brandy Valeri, I worked with her at high school, and Ellen Keeler has known her since I was little.
Okay. Has either of them discussed any aspect of this with you? If either of them appeared as a witness in the case, would you judge that person's believability by a different standard from that you'd employ with complete strangers? Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask that you take seat number 10, is it? Okay. I think 33 had an opinion. Yes, ma'am. Number 33.
I just feel that I formed my own opinion already before coming here.
Okay, and you're not, I gather from the comments which have been made, you're not unique in that. The question is, can you put that opinion aside and follow what the evidence shows as opposed to an opinion you have based on what you heard outside the courtroom?
No.
You can't do it?
No.
Any reason this lady shouldn't be excused? Thank you, ma'am.
Juror number 53.
No, I did not. Okay, let's see what we can. All right, ma'am, would you have raised your hand and answered any of the questions asked so far? Okay, thank you. Would you take seat number 33?
Right behind you.
Let's see if I can get through. Okay, anybody else now with an opinion? Number 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, yeah. I'm sorry. I did not hear what she's saying.
I don't think the mic is on. Okay.
I have a sister that's in hospice that I take care of at home.
She's in hospice?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Would you,
at the moment.
She's alone at the moment.
4 hours.
you know what, I'm going to take a break now because I just got to pop up that the food is here. And so I'm going to take a break here and I'll discuss this with you in just a minute, if you will. Is there a seat for this lady?
Yes.
Yeah, right there. Take a seat there for the time being, ma'am. Now, pizza is here. And and I believe it's over in the other building as well. And we're going to take a break. How realistic is it to start at 1 o'clock? Actually, I try to go for 1:45, but that's probably pushing it. 1 o'clock?
We have a couple of 1 o'clocks, the competency cases.
1:15. 1:15, we're going to start again. Now, during the break, the pizza's here. If there's a problem with that, see one of the bailiffs and we'll see, a medical problem, not just that you don't like that particular sauce. But, don't talk about the case. You can talk about with the other jurors and that. You can talk, don't talk with anybody who's not in the jury. But if you talk with other jurors, you can talk about the Packer game. You can talk about the Bears game. You can talk about the Blackhawks haven't won a game yet. You can talk about a lot of other things, but don't talk about anything about the case, anything about the people involved, anything about other jurors. And we'll try to start at 1 o'clock. 1:15. And don't use any electronic equipment. Don't be going online and looking anything up that pertains to the case or might pertain to the case or any news facility of any kind. Please do that. And don't communicate with anybody. Don't mention that
You're
you're
going to be eating in the courtroom, Judge?
going to be eating in the courtroom.
They're not allowed to leave.
They're not allowed to leave. Okay, well, you leave to go to the bathroom. Whatever you do, don't make sure you go to the bathroom somewhere other than the courtroom. Well, I should be more specific, I suppose. But anyway, don't
Leave the building.
don't leave the building. Don't talk with anybody not involved. Don't be sending messages. You can send a brief message to your loved ones about, I'll talk to you later and everything's fine. But don't be discussing the nature of what you're doing here or anything like that, please. And that's, you folks in the other building, same thing. And when you return from using the restroom or whatever, you may, you please take the same seat you're in right now. Any questions? All right, bless you all. We'll see you in a little bit. Back, and the appearances are as before. And number 15 is relocated to a seat that doesn't have arms, so that's more conducive to her situation. And we're going to continue with the examination. I think the last thing that happened, we need to fill seat number 33.
Correct.
And there was an intervening call-up, which was which number was she?
Who?
The lady whom I excused because of the hospice?
She was number 53.
53. And she was excused by mutual consent because of a family situation. So let's ask 54 to come up. And oh, yes, thank you. Yes. Ma'am, would you have answered yes to any of the questions asked so far? Thank you very much. Would you take 33? And then there was one of the jurors, I would understand number 6, I think. 6, first let's start with 6 in the back row. Did you say that you were unable to hear what's going on, ma'am? No? What did I do wrong?
59.
Oh, I was close. 59? Where's 59? 59.
She said she had a hard time hearing.
Hard time hearing? And, all right, I guess what I was told was that you said that you're only hearing about 25% of what's been said? Okay, any reason this lady shouldn't be excused? Because we can't replicate that now.
No.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, and thanks for letting us know. Anybody else who hasn't heard things?
She should get a lot of them. Okay.
Okay. And then there was number 16, I think you are? Yes, 16. What's up? Well, we'll start with that one. You missed some of what was said this morning? Yeah. Okay. Any reason this gentleman shouldn't be excused? Okay. Thank you, sir. All right. So we need to replace number 16. Number 55. Again, if you can't hear, please let us know. And also, we have these devices here. And is anybody actively using one right now? Anybody want to endorse this product? Senor Leo Martin, who is a state certified, you just heard him, he's a state certified language interpreter, and this is the highest echelon. And he can translate not only flawlessly between English and Spanish, which isn't as easy as you'd think because there's things like idioms. Well, I tried to present that proposition, but I struck out. Now, if you translate that literally, it could become a baseball term, but it has nothing to do with it. You presented a proposition in front of the Board of Inquiry, and you lost. So there's, and I could give a better example, you could too. But these are people at the highest level, and they can actually do it contemporaneously while I'm speaking English. He can move it into Spanish for that gentleman. So, and he uses them all the time. And he's not even hard of hearing, but it improves his ability to hear it. So anybody, just let us know if you want one of these. And I've got this poor lady standing here. Would you have answered yes to any of the questions asked so far? Bless you, and move into seat number 16.
Judge, of the new jurors, I didn't swear them in.
Okay. No, she's not new. She was in the original group.
The 7 that were brought over.
They have not yet been sworn. Right. When we start with them, we'll have to swear them. But she's been sworn. You were sworn. You were here in this room all along. Okay. Hearing impaired, not hearing impaired, just hearing needs. I think are there 2 of them or just 1?
I think she was just pointed to the one gentleman.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Now we're all of our seats are filled. So. Anybody else now with who's has expressed an opinion as to the innocence or guilt of the defendant? Okay, now let me ask, is there any one of you who cannot or will not try this case fairly and impartially on the evidence given in the court here today, and guided by my instructions regarding our law, reach a just and true verdict? Anybody who will be unable to do that? Is there any one of you who cannot read, speak, and understand the English language? Anybody who does not reside in Kenosha County? Uh-oh. Number 5, what's up?
I live in Chicago. I just recently moved.
Really? You were living here and now you've moved to Chicago? Yeah. All right. Now, you're registered to vote?
No.
You have a driving license?
I have a driving license.
From?
From Kenosha.
Okay. Now, you're legally living full-time in Illinois?
Yes.
Okay, and that's your intent to remain there?
Yes, it is.
Any reason this lady shouldn't be excused? Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'm going to excuse you and no letter on that. Number 56. All right, sir, would you have raised your hand in answer to, yes, you would.
Yep.
Can you let us know?
Yeah, just loose ties to 2 of the witnesses that were listed.
Okay.
The first one, he was in the first set of 10 people, Officer Jason Krieger. His wife goes to the same church that I go to.
Okay. And?
We've never disclosed or talked about any details of the case.
Okay, fine. And who was the other?
Second one was Hannah Giddings. Her parents also go to the same church. And we've never talked about any details of the case.
Okay. Do you have any other reason why you would have raised your hand?
Nope.
Thank you. Would you take seat number 5, please? All right. Anybody else who does not reside in Kenosha County? Anyone who is unable to read, speak, and understand the English language? I guess it's a little late for that, but I'll ask anyway. In fact, I have to ask. Is there anyone who's taking medication at this time which could cause drowsiness or impair reasoning power or judgment? Okay, the only medication that could cause drowsiness, impair your reasoning power or your judgment, what's up?
It's the migraine medication.
The migraine medication. And migraine medication, it's number 15.
Migraine medication.
And
so if I were to get a migraine in court and I were to take the rescue medication, as they call it, it would make me drowsy.
okay, now I will tell you, it depends on how drowsy, because there are some lawyers. You wouldn't need any narcotics to put. They wouldn't take any narcotics
Well, if they were
to put you to
talking at
sleep.
that point, I would definitely go to sleep.
If they were talking, you'd go to sleep.
Yes.
So it's that pronounced.
Yes.
Okay, and you're on the medication at this time,
Yes.
or if you took it.
If I took it.
If you got a headache, you would.
I would take it.
Okay, I'm going to leave that for examination by the lawyers. And I think too, we've got spellbinders here. These are not the run-of-the-mill lawyer, so hopefully there won't be an issue. But let's hope for the best. Anybody else on the medication issue? Anybody feeling ill today? Oh, there's another hand on medication? I don't hear you, ma'am. I don't hear you. I'm not hearing you.
I'm number 39.
39, and what were you saying?
Yeah, there's different medication that I take that give me different symptoms that I don't want to discuss.
Oh, no, then you don't have to. The question is it likely to cause you to become sleepy?
Yes.
Is it guaranteed to cause you to become sleepy?
No.
Will it interfere with your reasoning power or your judgment?
I don't.
Okay. Now, we do keep an eye, believe it or not, on the jurors to make sure nobody's nodding off. It can happen. And also, if somebody feels that coming on, don't hesitate to let us know, because we can take a break if it's only involving 5 minutes or maybe a little longer, and we can deal with that. Or if it's persistent, we might ask you to do 50 push-ups here. Well, all right. We want to make sure everybody can fulfill his duty and responsibility and privilege of sitting on the jury. So, you know, just having something that causes you to have to take medication, we try not to excuse people unless it's going to be an interference. So we're going to hope for the best. And if you become drowsy or something, just let us know. Or if you need a bathroom break, something like that, just get the attention of me, the clerk, or one of the bailiffs, and we'll take time that's necessary. Any question about that? You've been very cordial and kind with me, and I'm done, finally. So let's turn to the prosecution, and Mr. Binger, the jury is yours. Oh, yeah, I thought that was taken care of.
No, they weren't here.
Oh, would you attorneys just go speak with Sergeant Beth for a moment? There was an issue that came up that we need to... recently over from the other building. Is there any one of you who has a religious or moral objection to the taking of an oath? Okay, would you all please raise your one of your hands to signify your acceptance of the oath? Go ahead.
Do you and each of you swear you will truly answer as make to such questions put you in regards to your competency to sit as a juror in this action where the state of Wisconsin is plaintiff and Kyle Rittenhouse is defendant, so help you God?
Okay, thank you. All right, and then did you folks resolve that issue? number 57. 57. I'm going to excuse you, sir. You're excused, and call the. Yeah, you're going to get a letter about future jury service. Okay, thank you, sir. The clerk is going to give you, the bailiff is going to give you a letter. Thank you, sir. We don't need a number, do we? No. We're full. Okay, Mr. Binger, it's all yours.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tom Binger. I'm one of the prosecutors on the case here, representing the state of Wisconsin. The judge has given you a little bit of information regarding the circumstances surrounding this case, and I just want to ask a few questions regarding the events surrounding the night of August 25th, 2020, and that time period here in Kenosha. I think we're all familiar with the incident on Sunday night, August 23rd, 2020, in which a Kenosha police officer shot a black man by the name of Jacob Blake. There were a series of responses here in our community which can be labeled a number of different ways, but in generally we had a lot of people that came out onto the streets protesting. There were riots, there was arson, there was looting, there were a lot of things going on. And I don't want to get into which side or which beliefs were right or wrong or anything like that. There are constitutional rights to assemble and speech, etc. What I just want to ask is, how many of you came out physically on any of those nights to participate in any of those activities? To protest, to show your support for any particular cause, anything along those lines? I'm not seeing any hands. How many of you have any close friends or family members who came out on any of those nights to participate in any of those events? Maybe to march, maybe to protest, maybe to support one side, one cause, one belief or the other. And again, I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot about what your beliefs are. I just need to know if there was any participation. So let's start, and I'm going to do my best to refer to everybody's numbers here, but I got to admit we've changed numbers so many times that I'm not sure I'm going to get them all right. In the back row there, you are in seat number 6. I think you are actually juror number 39. Is that right? Okay. Either way, I think we know who you are. You're raising your hand. Can you tell me a little bit about that, please?
My husband and I, we have a biracial granddaughter who, during this whole episode in that, she... Oh, I'm sorry. Did it first part?
Yes.
Okay, and there was one instant, and it was kind of later on when they did a march from the YMCA down and everything like that, and she wanted to participate.
That's all right, ma'am. She wanted to participate but was not allowed to? Is that what
No,
you're saying?
but we wanted to. She has, it's hard for her living with, white grandparents and still feeling her part. And this is something that we allowed to do with another group of family members and that. And it was kind of a trying time at that time for us to balance the perspective.
Okay. So I just want to follow up. So your granddaughter did participate in some of the marching or protests, things like that?
Right, it was later on.
Okay.
Right at the beginning.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything about your granddaughter's involvement in that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
A little bit, I'm sorry.
Okay.
A little bit.
All right. Now, I think the judge has already kind of gone through the whole discussion of how we're going to be hearing testimony and evidence in this case, and only at the end of that and hearing the instructions from the judge as to the law, will the jury be in a position to make a decision here. Do you think that you'll be able to keep an open mind, listen to all of the evidence and testimony, follow the judge's instructions, and only make your decision at the end of the case? You don't know?
I don't think so.
You don't think you'll be able to keep an open mind throughout?
No.
Okay. Do you feel, to use one of the judge's questions, do you feel that you're not going to be as fair as some of the other jurors that are sitting around you?
Yeah.
You feel that way? Okay. Your Honor, I don't know that this juror can be fair, so I think it would be appropriate to strike her for cause.
Mr. Richards? Mr. Ashrafi?
I have no objection to that.
All right, thank you, ma'am. And you'll get a note from the bailiff. And let's ask number 58 to come up, please.
I don't know if you heard me.
Number 58, please. All right. Sir, would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the question asked so far?
I've expressed views.
Okay. Are you able to shed those views and decide the case exclusively as you hear and see the evidence in this case?
Yes.
Okay. You may be examined further about it, but thank you. Please take seat number 6.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I had asked a question about whether or not you had friends, close friends or family members that had participated in any of the events here in Kenosha, and we already spoke to one of the jurors. I know there were a few other hands that I missed, so if you could just raise your hands again so I get everybody. Okay, in the front row here, I think you are juror number 23?
Yes.
Okay.
My son went down there, told her he went, but without incident, so it's not going to affect me at all.
Sure.
Just letting you know he was there.
Was that on the Tuesday night, August 25th, when the incident in this case occurred, or was it a different night? Do you remember?
I honestly do not know. There were a couple things that he went down there to check things out, and I don't know which specifically.
Okay. Thank you very much. Did you have your hand up, ma'am?
I did.
Okay. You're seated, for the record, you're seated in juror 24, but I think you're juror number 40. Is that right?
That's
Okay.
correct. Just some friends from church did like a church service out front.
Okay. Out front of where? Oh, okay. Do you remember what night that would have been?
No, I think it was later on.
Okay. Did you participate in that at all?
No.
Okay. Would that affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror here? Okay. Thank you. Was there anyone else's? Okay. Juror number 29.
I'm not quite sure if you're just referring to the evening or during the days of those events.
At any time.
So
Yeah.
I was boarding up the buildings downtown and uptown.
You personally were?
Yes.
Okay. Were those businesses that you knew, like the owners, or were involved with in any way, or just?
But the owners as we were helping build up, or board up, sorry.
Okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay, thank you. Anyone else's hands that I missed? Okay, thank you. So, juror 29 touches on a subject that I wanted to get to next, which is that we, I think, are all familiar with the fact that during this sequence of events, there were a lot of properties and businesses here in the community that were damaged. Some were destroyed with fires. Others were the subject of looting or burglaries, things like that. So what I want to ask, first of all, is how many of you were personally affected by any of the arson, violence, looting, rioting, whatever you want to call it, where your property, your home, your business, anything like that was personally affected by it? Anyone? No hands. Okay. Do any of you have any close friends or family members whose property, your home, their homes, their businesses, etc., were directly affected by any of the violence, any of the property damage that occurred around this period of time? Okay, I see a couple of hands. Let me start in the back row there. I believe that you are in seat number 3, but you are juror number 43, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
My daughter had a business downtown. It was the morning event and it subsequently closed.
It subsequently closed?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there any actual property damage to the business? Okay. What was it that caused it to close?
Just lack of, people were going downtown.
Sure.
Just,
Okay.
that area.
Sure, I understand. Is there anything about that experience that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. Could you pass the microphone to juror number 4 next to you? Did you raise your hand, sir?
I did.
Okay.
Well, I have some coworkers that actually live in apartment buildings real close to the car dealer and a couple other places where garbage trucks were started on fire. So there's a garbage truck. So there's a mandatory evacuation of those apartments. So they had to find other coworkers that can put them up while this is all going on.
Okay. And what part of town was that specifically?
I believe it was 7th Avenue.
Okay. Is there anything about the experiences that your coworkers had that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
Just how crazy they said everything was when they came into work every day.
Okay. And do you believe that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
That probably would, no.
Okay, thank you. I think I saw at least one other hand somewhere, but maybe I missed it. Okay. Juror number 40?
ENL office.
I'm sorry?
ENL office furniture.
Okay.
And some friends from church there.
Was that the one down on 60th?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Then they relocated.
And you said these, the people that owned it were friends of yours from church? Okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. Anyone else whose hands I missed with regard to the question of whether or not you have close friends or family members who had homes, property, businesses, etc., that were damaged or affected or burglarized or anything like that during all of these events? And I'm not seeing any other hands. Okay, thank you. I believe the judge may have already asked this question, but is there anyone in the group of 34 that is not currently a resident of Kenosha County? And I ask because we've had a couple of already, so I just want to make sure. All right. I want to continue along the line I was just getting at about the property damage that occurred to some parts of our community. And I know that there were many people who live in our community who felt vulnerable, who felt scared about what might be happening to them, to their homes, to their property. I know juror number 29 already mentioned helping to board up some local businesses. So I want to ask this question. How many of you yourselves, personally, took steps to protect yourself, your family, your home, your business during that period of time? That can range from boarding up windows to moving and staying someplace else. Some people decided to take steps to protect themselves with firearms or other defensive weapons, things like that. How many of you personally decided that you needed to take those steps during that period of time to protect yourself or your family, your home, your business? Okay. I'm going to try and remember all the hands here, but if I forget, I'll come back to you. Let's start in the back row there, juror number 43.
My daughter, my son-in-law, and her baby, they left town. And so I was protecting myself the best way I knew how. I just go home, stayed home, and didn't go anywhere. And I also made sure I was armed.
Okay. Thank you. Could you pass the microphone to juror number 4 next to you? Yes.
Yeah, we ended up moving all the vehicles to the back side of the house because we had people walking down the sidewalk in groups. So it made my wife pretty nervous.
All right. Anything else on that one, sir? No. Okay. Was there anyone else in the back row? Okay. Juror number, I believe you're juror number 58. Is that right? Okay.
We just moved. We just took our family, my entire family, went out to the county for one of the nights.
Do you have? Okay. I was going to ask you, do you have family out there? Okay. Thank you. All right. Let's stay in the jury box here while we're all close by. I believe that, was there anyone else in the jury box itself that had their hand raised? Okay. Juror number 14? Okay.
We just spent a few nights at my place of employment just when there were rumors of going after the schools.
And where do you work at?
Journey Church.
Okay. And so you were concerned about possible damage to the church or looting or something like that?
We just heard the rumors, so we took precautions just to be there.
Okay, thank you. I believe that, and I don't have everybody's numbers here. Are you juror number 46? Okay, thank you.
I went to my sister's house in Gurney, stayed there for a few days.
Okay, thank you. Where else? Let's see. Do we have any other hands in the jury box or over in the corner? Okay, let's do the front row here. Did anyone else raise their hand in the front row? Okay, juror number 23.
I got a gun to protect my house and my family.
Okay, so am I correct in assuming that you didn't have a gun before this, but you decided to purchase one during this period of time?
They encouraged me to make that decision and get my concealed carry.
Okay. All right, thank you. Jury number 25, did you raise your hand, sir?
I live in the subdivision in the south side of Pleasant-Prairie. We assembled a neighborhood watch.
Okay.
Basically, just watch the patrol.
Sure. Did you ever have any problems?
No, we didn't.
Okay, that's good. All right, and then over here in the chairs, I know there were some hands, and I'm sorry I didn't catch everybody. Let's start in the far corner there, juror number 11, I believe. Okay.
On? Oh, there
Yes.
we go. We pulled our cars to the back of the house, and we closed our doors, made sure everything was locked. We also have a gun for protection, and we moved. We had a blue light out in front of our house in support of the police, but because of the riots, we're concerned about the safety of our home and replaced that with a regular bulb.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Who else? Right in front of you there, juror number 22. Yes, sir.
We boarded up our business. We have a showroom. We didn't have any damage or any problems.
Okay. All right, was there anything else that you did personally other than that?
No, I didn't.
Okay, thank you. I know there were other hands. I'm sorry I missed. Let's go to, where am I on the list here? Are you, got my numbers here. Are you, wait. Yes, yes. Sorry, I'm trying to follow the map here. Yes.
We went on a short walk, and all our neighbors got together and had a neighborhood watch, and we pretty much all stayed in.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else over here in the chairs whose hand I missed? Okay, was there anyone else in the whole group, anyone else whose hand I missed on that? I kind of jumped around a little bit, so I'm sorry. Okay, good. Thank you. Now, there were many reactions to the shooting of Jacob Blake by a Kenosha police officer. And I think we can all agree there were people that felt that they wanted to exercise their constitutional right to assemble peaceably and protest. Is there anyone who feels that it would be inappropriate for citizens to take to the streets and peacefully protest what they consider to be something that was unjust? Is there anyone who feels that that is inappropriate? Okay. Does everyone understand the difference between that and taking violent actions such as property damage, arson, looting, things like that? Does everybody understand that there's a big difference between those two things? Okay. Can we all agree that human life is more valuable than property? Is there anyone who disagrees with that statement? Seeing no hands. Okay, thank you. Now, I've heard some of you mention that you either used a gun for personal protection or acquired a gun during this time period. And what I want to ask is, how many of you would consider yourselves to be familiar with firearms? Have a personal experience, personal familiarity with that? Okay, and I'm seeing quite a few hands. All right. How many of you personally are hunters? Okay, I'm seeing a few hands on that one. All right. How many of you have, at some point in your life, either personally gone through certification to become a hunter when you were younger, like a teenager, for example, or maybe you've had your son or daughter go through that to become certified to go hunting when they're underage? How many of you have ever gone through that yourselves? Okay. All right, thank you. Has anyone here ever become certified to become an EMT, an emergency medical technician? Okay, juror number 13. Is that something that you are currently certified to do?
Yeah, I'm a paramedic.
And how long have you been working as a paramedic?
Specifically paramedic, about 6 years, been on the department for about almost 10.
In the fire department?
Yeah.
And which department is that?
Bristol.
Bristol? Okay. And so what did you have to do to become certified to be an EMT?
EMT, was like 6 months of school.
And what did you have to do during that schooling?
A lot of tests, a lot of physical exams, hands-on, a lot of hands-on stuff.
Now, prior to starting that training, did you have to get a college degree or a high school diploma or anything like that? High school diploma was required for that?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you've worked as a paramedic for about 6 years?
Yes, I've been paramedic for 6 years.
Were you involved in any of the emergency response to any of the events surrounding August of last year, things like that?
I was not personally, but my department was.
I knew they brought in other departments, so I didn't know if you personally were involved in that. Okay, thank you very much. The incidents in this case occurred very close to this building, mostly along Sheridan Road, from this area down south to about 63rd Street. And there's going to be some discussion in this case of some of the locations and some of the businesses in that area, particularly a used car dealership by the name of Car Source. They have a couple of different locations here in the area, including one at about 59th and Sheridan on the west side of the road. There's another one at 58th and Sheridan on the east side of the road, and then a third one down at 63rd and Sheridan. Is there anyone who's personally familiar with any of those businesses? And I'm talking about before all this happened, because it's maybe been in the news since then, but is anybody personally familiar with those businesses? Anybody shop there, work there, bought a car from them, walked the lot to look at their cars, anything along those lines? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. I would like all of you who are seated here to take a look around at the other jurors, the other 34 of you that are seated here, and I'm going to ask you if you know any of the other jurors that are around you. Okay, let's go to juror number 14.
I believe I know this lady to the left of me, but I can't recall her name, so I apologize.
All right, and we're not going to say names, but I think you are juror number 55, ma'am? Okay. Can you hand the microphone to her, sir? Do you agree that you know him as well?
I do.
Okay, let me start with you. If you are selected to be one of the jurors in this case, we are going to expect that you listen to all the evidence and testimony, and when it comes time to deliberate and make a decision in this case, we would like you to make a decision based on the evidence, the testimony in the case, the instructions of the judge. And jurors, of course, are expected to discuss it when they're deliberating, listen to each other's opinions, etc. But we want your decision to be made based on what happens here in the courtroom and not something outside the courtroom. So I'll give you an example, and I don't know the relationship between the two of you, but hypothetically, if one of you was the boss and one was the employee, there could be a danger that the employee may not want to side against the boss, because when you leave this trial, then that could affect your employment. And I don't know the situation, and I don't need to know that. What I'm just getting at is, do you believe that you'd be able to, if you both were on this jury, that you'd be able to put aside your personal relationship and make your own decision without considering outside things that you may have with the other juror? Does that make sense?
Yes, and I do.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask you the same question, sir, juror number 14. Would you agree with that as well? Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the panel that knows any other jurors? Okay, thank you. We had a juror who has since been excused who made a comment that leads into one of my questions. And as I understood that juror's comment, it was something to the effect of, she has a lot of friends and family who have strong opinions about the case. And she felt like she would make a decision in this case based on what she already knows or the opinions she's already heard, and wouldn't be able to put that aside. The judge has alluded to the fact that this is a case that has a lot of attention to it, and I think we've picked up on the fact that there are a lot of people with strong opinions one way or the other. Now, obviously, no one's heard any testimony or evidence yet, so the facts aren't in. But what I'm getting at is you all may have friends or family that know about this case, who you've already talked to about this case, and they may have their own opinions. We want you to make the decision. Those friends and those family aren't here. We're going to be asking you as the jurors to make the decision based on the evidence. Everybody else out there hasn't heard the evidence. And whatever they're reading in the newspapers or seeing on the media or whatever is not evidence. So, sometimes, as one juror has already alluded to, that can put someone in a little bit of a difficult position where you feel like if I decide one way, it might make all of my friends or family upset because they disagree with me, or vice versa. I don't know. So my question is there any one of you who feels that you're in a group of friends or family, or you've got people that you know who are just so dead set on one side or the other of this case that you'd be afraid to make a decision in this trial and then have to face them, have to go home at the end, and they're confronting you with, well, why did you find this, that, or the other thing when, we disagree with that? Is there anybody who would be uncomfortable, who'd be worried about the consequences of making a decision in this case because you're worried it might be unpopular with the people that you know? Okay, ma'am, I think you are juror number 15, is that right? Okay, thank you.
I don't really care about friends, basic family, but my husband.
Okay.
I have to live with him. And he is very opinionated, and he has his mind made up, and I would not want to go home with a decision that would result against his.
I understand, and we certainly don't want to cause your divorce.
Well, no, we both had divorce, so this would be second.
Well, anyway, my point is I don't want to do anything to cause any friction in your marriage. If I could just have you hold on to that for one more second. The judge has already advised all of you that you are to not discuss the case when you go home at night. And I can understand that that might be difficult in some circumstances. Do you feel like you'd have some difficulty with that in your home?
No, but it would be the end result of going home.
Okay.
And it could actually end the marriage. He's that opinionated on it.
And I don't need to know which side or what his opinion is. My point is, in asking this question, ma'am, is I don't want jurors to feel that pressure and have it influence their decision. Your decision should be based on the evidence, the law in this case, what you hear in the courtroom, and not on what you're worried about someone else might think. So, do you feel like your situation with your husband would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? I'm sorry, ma'am, but I have to. Okay, I understand. Thank you for being honest. I appreciate that. That's sometimes hard to talk about these things. It can make people uncomfortable, and I'm sorry I had to put you on the spot there, but I do appreciate your honesty, and I do appreciate everybody here has been so forthcoming and open and forthright about their opinions and their experiences and things like that. And I'm sorry I had to put you on the spot like that, but I hope you understand how important it is that we hear that. Your Honor, I would move to excuse juror number 15 based on cause.
Is there objection?
Judge, can I ask?
Yes.
Can I ask a question? Do you want me to do that now?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll stay back here, Mr. Bringer. Juror number 15, hi.
Hi.
So, you have concerns, and I couldn't see you, but I could hear you. You have concerns about how your spouse would react to a certain verdict that you gave?
That's correct.
Okay. Would that feeling, or your concern, would that sway how you viewed the evidence in the case? Okay. So if you, whatever the evidence is, and you have a strong belief in one side or the other, if that is in opposition to what you believe your husband believes, would that have an impact on you being able to say, this is my honest opinion as to what I believe?
I'm not sure I understand.
So if you...
Because now I'm upset.
It's okay.
Why don't we, let's do this. Why don't we lay this aside for the time? The juror has stated she's upset now, so I think it best to move on to something else, and then we can come back to this later. I'm not trying to curtail your examination, but let's save it for later. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
We've already put one juror on the spot, so I'll move on. Is there anyone else who feels similarly? Is there anyone else who's worried that you would be put in a situation where you might be making a decision and then you might be returning to folks that you'd be dealing with some tension on that? Okay, I see a few more hands, so I appreciate that. Let me try and go in somewhat of a logical order here. I believe you are juror number 46, is that right? Okay.
I'm more the lines that, I'm sorry, I'm a gossip, and I don't think I could be quiet because I talk to my sister every single day.
Okay.
I honestly don't think I could not tell her what's going on. That's just, we're so close like that.
Sure, and that's great. I think it's wonderful to have that support and that relationship. It's hard. This is a case that's, I think everybody probably walking into the courtroom today was wondering if this is where you were going to be at, and here you are. And I think everybody's acknowledged that we all knew about this before today, and it's gotten a lot of coverage. And there is a natural tendency to want to talk about any case that any juror is on, but particularly one like this. So I respect that and I understand that. The judges talked a lot about the requirements of being a juror in this case, and some of them seem a little draconian, a little illogical, maybe a little unfair, but they're the rules. And there are good reasons why these rules exist. And I think we all understand that. Sometimes it can be a lot to ask, but it's a requirement. And it's important because we want to get the decision based on only what's happening in the courtroom. And as the judge has already explained, there's a lot of other things out there in the world that may not be accurate, and we want to make sure we get the best decision for everybody. It's fairness to the defendant, it's fairness to the state, it's fairness to the community. This is the process we use, and it's a very, very important one. It's a long, time-honored one, but it requires the jurors to accept that limitation. It requires the jurors to go home and do exactly what the judge said, which is, if you talk about it, we're in big trouble. And I think we've all picked up on the fact that you don't want to be in trouble with Judge Schrader. So, can you do that? Is it too much to ask? I mean, you can talk about the weather. You can talk about the Milwaukee Bucks. You can talk about the Chicago Bears. You can talk about kids. You can talk about school. You can talk about whatever. Just not anything to do with this case for as long as the trial goes on. I'm not saying you can't talk to your sister. You just got to be able to keep some things out of it.
I don't know. See, that's
I can make it pretty short. Remember when I was talking about sequestering the jury?
Yeah. Oh no.
I can do that to one person.
Oh.
No phone, no TV, no, seriously. No. Do you think you could keep from talking under those circumstances, if that's the alternative?
Oh yeah, I can. Yeah. I don't want to be sequestered, but I was just trying to be really honest that I.
And that's exactly what Vermont. And bless your soul, that's exactly, you're the ideal juror in that respect. But you do need to understand that we mean it about these rules, and you just simply cannot do it. And that's all there is to it. And we all have to live life within its limitations and resist some of our impulses. And I don't think it's beyond you to obey the rule.
Okay, I'll try.
No, you'll do it.
I'll just tell my sister she can't call me until it's over.
Yeah, tell her to call me and I'll explain why, all right? All right.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I know there were a couple other hands that I missed. Was there someone in the front row? Do you remember? Okay. Let's do that, sure. Juror number 4, go ahead.
I have, which is kind of like IBS, but it is more of an anxiety problem. So when this comes on, which is happening right now, I get chest pains and pressure in my ear, which makes it hard for me to stay focused on what's happening. So I'm fearful that this is going to cause lapses in time where I'm not really paying attention to what I'm hearing because I'm focusing a lot more on the symptoms. So.
Thank you for sharing that. Are you okay right now?
No, that's why I brought it up.
Have you had trouble following the things we've just been talking about?
It's making me more and more anxious.
Okay.
What's going on, the worse.
Is there anything you need medically wise, medication, anything like that to help with that?
It's a lot of different things I've tried. Nothing seems to work. They just keep saying, try whatever you can.
Okay.
It's not a diagnosed type of problem.
Did you identify it as IBS?
Yeah, they said it's a type of IBS. Irritable bowel.
Irritable.
Yeah, exactly. That's what. Are you concerned about having a reaction?
It's probably because I eat pizza.
Okay. Okay. Well, and of course, if you just start out of here, that's okay. If there's an issue. But when you were describing the symptoms, you're talking about typical anxiety type symptoms. Yeah, but if it develops into something that would be lower in your system, how much time would you typically have?
Well, once it starts, every 10, 15 minutes, I might have to be excused.
Okay.
What happens.
Okay. Now, is this something that you think could happen and that you're anxious about the could? Or are you, or, pardon me?
The anxiety usually.
Sure. And the question I have is sometimes the anxiety is the worst enemy because you're concerned that it might happen and that's disabling in itself. And the question I have is, are you anxious that it could happen or that it will happen?
No, it has nothing to do with the anxiety. That's not what causes the anxiety. The anxiety causes that.
Right.
Exact opposite.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. All right. I mean, would a break be helpful right now?
Probably not.
Okay. Will you alert us if there's an issue that you need to immediately cease what we're doing?
Absolutely.
All right, let's do that, and then we'll see what develops, okay?
All right.
And I'm going to ask that you move on to something else with this, too, and we can come back if
Sure.
necessary.
The question I was getting at earlier, and we had a couple of hands already, and I think I missed a few hands, so I want to come back to it, because I was asking about whether or not making a decision as a juror in this case would put you in a situation where you might have friends or family members who you'd have to confront afterwards. I think everybody got the gist of that. I believe that juror number 31, did you raise your hand, ma'am? Okay, thank you.
Well, number 31. I won't want to be hosting Thanksgiving, which I've done in the past, especially with my family attending, and then my nephew, who was a police officer and now has PTSD over many of these situations. It's just very difficult in that regard. Would it make me be impartial? No. But it will make it a very uncomfortable Thanksgiving.
Okay, and I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. You are concerned that if you're a juror and you make a decision one way or the other in this case, that it could cause some discomfort, some awkward interactions with family at the holidays. Is that fair to say?
Yes, because of the reasons why he left the police.
Okay. And I believe you said that, I think you meant to say that it would not affect your ability to be impartial, but it would be something that would be weighing in your mind. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Okay. So I want to be respectful of the consequences to your family, because I certainly don't want the holidays to be any more awkward than they already can be sometimes, right? But do you feel that being worried about how Thanksgiving might be or worried about family would affect your ability to listen to the evidence in this case, follow the judge's instructions, and ultimately reach a decision? Okay. Thank you very much. I believe that juror number 50, did you raise your hands too, sir? Okay. Thank you.
So I've got a lot of friends on pretty much both sides of the spectrum, including a former roommate who was a received police officer. I guess My thought is there is some bias because I have tons of friends, like I said, on both sides.
Sure.
That are very opinionated, and I don't live with most of them anymore. I don't live with the receiving police officer, but I know, I guess, knowing them and how opinionated they are might affect my thought process.
Okay.
As well as family members. I know, like, my parents, for example, are both sides perspective as well.
Sure. Can I offer a little bit of a silver lining? As a juror in this case, you'll be the expert.
Yeah, right.
Because you'll have seen all the evidence, right? So now they'll all listen to you because they don't know as much as you, right? The real purpose behind my question is I understand that you have folks on both sides, as you put it, that some may disagree with one jury verdict and agree with the other side or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's not unusual.
Right.
But what we're really concerned about is we want your decision to be based solely on what happens in the courtroom and the evidence, the law, the arguments of the attorneys, etc. What we don't want is we don't want a situation where I'll use your Racine police officer roommate, for example, and I don't know, and you don't need to say anything about how that person feels about the case, but we don't want to be putting you in a situation where you're so concerned about what that person thinks, and if I decide this case one way and then that person, the next time they see me, I'm going to have to deal with all sorts of arguments or whatever, or support. It could be the other way too. It could be, I'm going to go this way because I want that person to support what I'm doing and I don't want to make them angry. It can work either way. I'm not taking sides. I'm just saying we don't want you to be in a situation where that influences your process of making a decision here in the case. Do you feel that you'd be able to put all that aside and not worry about what they think? They're not the expert, right? Make your own decision. And then afterwards, deal with it.
Yeah, I would have no problem making my own decision. I just wanted to bring that to light to everybody else's attention, whether there's, a better fit or not.
Absolutely. No, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for being honest. Okay, good. Was there anyone else whose hand I missed on this question? Okay. Don't think there was. All right, good. In addition to a lot of the publicity that has been out there about this case, there have also been some efforts made to raise money to support the defendant. And there have been some websites that have been created where people can purchase merchandise with his name on it. They can donate to his family or to his legal defense fund or whatever the case may be. Is there anyone here who has done any of that to support the defendant in this case? Is there anyone who knows anyone, friends, family members, anyone who has done that to support the defendant in this case? I'm not seeing any hands. Okay, thank you. We've got a list from the court of some basic information about all of you, and one of the categories that we get is your occupation. And for a lot of you, I'm able to decipher this and it makes sense to me, but there are some blanks in here that I just want to touch on. So let me just start with, and I'm just going to kind of go in order here. I believe, are you juror number 34, sir? Okay. I don't see an occupation listed for you. Are you currently employed?
No, retired 8 years.
And what did you do before you retired?
I was a food stamp.
Okay. And what was your highest level of education?
High school.
High school. Okay, thank you. And then let's go to... Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Well, because originally I was number 34, and they switched.
You're right. He's juror 7. You're right. I got the numbers wrong. I think he's juror number 7, and you are juror number 34. Okay. Is that right, sir? You're juror number 7? Yes. Okay. Let's... I meant him. Thank you for clarifying that, though. This has been a little confusing for all of us, so I'm trying my best to keep up. I've got scribbles all over the seating chart here, so I was kidding Mr. Richards. He's got nice Post-it notes to cover up people, and I wanted to borrow some from him, but anyway. Okay, let's go to juror number 9. Yes, ma'am. It indicates on my sheet that you are retired, correct?
That's correct.
What did you do before you retired?
11 Finance in the Mergers and Acquisitions group.
Okay. And what is your highest level of education?
I finished I graduated high school, but I also completed the paralegal program at Carthage.
Okay. Thank you very much. And if I could just, wait, hold on. Nope, sorry. Got to keep up here. All right, let's keep going. Juror number 26. I don't see anything listed for your occupation. Are you currently employed?
I am.
What kind of work do you do?
I work in IT at FD.
Okay. And what is your highest level of education?
Bachelor's degree.
Okay, thank you. All right. Sorry, I'm just going down the list here. All right, let's see here. Juror number 49, I believe, is in the third row there, the last chair on the left. Yes. You are in what used to be chair number 19. You're juror number 49 for the record, whatever number we want to use. Sir, I don't have anything listed for your occupation. Are you currently employed?
No.
Are you retired?
No, I'm on Social Security.
Okay. What was your last employment?
Database acquisitions, appropriations, and analysis.
And what company did you work for doing that?
Marketing Solutions made Lake Forest Hospital.
And what is your highest level of education?
14, 13.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Counting here, make sure I'm in the right spot. I believe the lady who's in seat number 16, you're juror number 55 originally, but now you're in seat 16. Okay. I don't have anything listed for your occupation. Are you currently employed? What was your last employment?
I worked at Christian Life School.
Okay. And what is your highest level of education?
Bachelor's.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'd like to follow up on those questions with the jurors, if I could just kind of maybe go in order. I'm going to refer to you by your seat number because it's probably easier than trying to go by number of 50s. Ma'am, in the corner there in seat number 1, what is your highest level of education? Okay, thank you. And if you could just pass the microphone to the person on your left, juror number 2. What is your highest level of education?
I have half of a master's degree.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, is that easier for you, or should I?
Not the original, number 1, number 2, number 3.
Would you prefer I use the original number?
Yeah, because then I'll know exactly who they are.
Okay. So we started with the woman who's in seat number 1 is juror number 41. Is that right? Okay. Juror number 2 is still juror number 2. The woman who is in seat number 3 is juror number 43. Is that right?
Right.
And what is your highest level of education?
Attended college.
I'm sorry?
I attended college.
Okay. Thank you. And if you could pass the microphone to juror number 4, what is your highest level of education?
High school diploma.
Okay, thank you. And let's see here, in seat number 5, I think you are juror number 56, is that right?
Yep.
And what is your highest level of education?
Master's degree.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then next to you, I believe, is juror number 58, is that right? And what is your highest level of education?
Master's degree.
Okay, thank you. And then you are what used to be juror 34, but you're in seat 7, so we'll try and keep the record clean here. What is your highest level of education?
Bachelor's plus.
Okay, thank you. And then if you could pass it to, you are juror number 45, is that right?
45.
Okay, thank you.
11.
Okay, thank you. And then you are juror number 9.
That's correct.
And I think I already talked to you, didn't I?
You did.
Okay, we can go, move on. Sorry about that. And you are juror number 52. Okay. What is your highest level of education? Okay, thank you. And then next to you is juror number 11.
Juror number 11, high school diploma.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we just keep the microphone over there if that's easier, and we can go to juror number 22. What is your highest level of education, sir?
2 years at college.
Okay, thank you. Let me just write that down real quick. Okay, and then juror number 21.
Bachelor's.
Okay, thank you. And then juror number 20.
Associate degree.
And then you are juror, I already talked to you, sir. Yes, I'm sorry. Then we are to juror number 18.
Master's degree in progress.
Okay, thank you. Give me one moment to catch up here. Sorry, I'm jumping around. All right, you are juror number 46. Yes.
GED.
Okay, thank you. And then juror number 55, I already talked to you, and you are, we'll get back to juror 15. Juror 14?
Grade school and some college.
Okay, thank you. And then juror number 13?
Bachelor's.
Okay. And then why don't we, juror number 12, we'll do you first.
Master's degree.
Okay. And then juror number 15?
Bachelor's.
Okay, thank you. And then in the front row here, juror number 23.
Associate's degree.
Okay, thank you. And juror number 40.
Bachelor's degree.
And juror number 25.
Associate's degree.
Okay, thank you. And juror number 26, I already talked to you. All right, yes, okay. Juror number 27.
Doctorate.
Okay. And juror number 28.
GED with some college.
Okay. And juror 29.
Bachelor's.
Thank you. And juror 30.
GED.
Okay, thank you. And then we could, I'm sorry, did I talk to you already, sir?
From college.
Yes, I did, okay. And then you are juror number, sorry, where are we at here? 54, correct? Bachelor's, okay, thank you. And you are juror number 50?
High school with some college.
Okay, thank you. And juror number 31? Bachelor's, okay, thank you. We talked a little bit about the witnesses and the parties involved in this case. And you have been asked about Assistant District Attorney Jim Kraus, who is my co-counsel in this case. But the Kenosha County District Attorney's Office has a number of attorneys and other folks that help us out. And sometimes I'm asked to name all the names of the attorneys in the office. I hope I don't have to do that because I might forget. So let me just ask it this way. Is there anyone, besides Mr. Kraus and myself, who you've already been asked about, does anyone know anyone else who works for the Kenosha County District Attorney's Office? Okay, I see a couple of hands. Let me start in the back there with juror number 9, correct? Yes.
You want the name of the person?
Yes, please.
Kelly Burkbach.
Okay, and how do you know Kelly?
She lives in my subdivision.
Okay. Have you ever talked to her about the work that she does as a prosecutor?
No, not really.
Is there anything about that relationship that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you. And then I believe, oh, I'm sorry, one more hand back there, juror number 11.
I actually believe that it was you, but I don't know you well enough, so.
Okay.
I was in a case, I was working at a bank and we were robbed.
Okay. That may be. I
Prosecuting the case, I was a witness.
Okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
No.
Okay, thank you. And then I believe juror number 40 in the front row here, you raised your hand, ma'am.
Mary Hart.
Okay. And how do you know Mary?
I'm a previous foster parent.
Excellent. Okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
No.
Okay. Anyone else whose hand I missed? All right. Good. You have also met Detectives Martin Howard and Detectives Ben Antaramian, who are the lead detectives on this case, and we have already listed off quite a few officers for the Kenosha Police Department who may be witnesses in the case or whose names may be mentioned, and we've asked you whether or not you know any of them. I want to put those names aside and ask, does anyone know anyone else that we haven't already mentioned who works for the Kenosha Police Department? Okay, I see a hand in back there in the top row. I believe you are juror number 58. Is that right? Yes. Okay.
Officer Beth, Deputy Wright, Casey Root.
Okay. Now, I don't believe any of those individuals will be witnesses in the trial, but is there anything about your relationship with those individuals that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay, thank you. Were there any other hands? I know juror number 40. Okay, juror number 7. Jury number 34. Sorry, jury number 34. I'm going to make that mistake over and over again. You are juror number 34, and you raise your hand, yes.
Actually, I'm not sure if they're police or sheriff, but Eric Klinkhammer.
He's with the Sheriff's Department.
Jim Kelly.
Okay. And anything about those that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. All right. My question was specifically about the Kenosha Police Department, so let's just focus on that. You in front there, juror number 46. Oh, I'm sorry, you raised your hand, sir. You are juror number 56?
Yep.
Okay.
Frank Cassine for Kenosha County Police.
Okay. Anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Okay. Juror number 46, yes.
My hairdresser is married to, I go to her house, and she's married to a Kenosha police officer.
Okay.
I don't know, her name's Melissa, but I don't know her last name.
Sure. Anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Okay, thank you. I know juror number 40, you raised your hand.
Justin Miller.
Okay. Anything?
No, I'm from church, and he was a foster parent.
Okay. Anything about that that would affect your ability?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else whose hands I missed? Okay, juror number 31.
Dave Wright.
Okay. Anything about that that would affect your ability? Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Oh, you raised your hand, sir? Okay, sorry. You are juror number 50? Yes.
Joshua Aquino.
Okay. Anything about that that would change anything?
No.
Okay, good. Anyone else whose hand I missed? Okay, good. If I just could have one moment to confer here. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Binger. Trying to decide if we should. The natural break would be about 3 o'clock, which will probably interrupt you. Do you prefer to start and be interrupted, or wait?
I'm ready if you're.
Be my guest.
Very good.
Thinking only of myself. How about you folks? Anybody need a break? Anybody? Yeah, let's do this. We'll take a condensed break of about, let's hope for 10 minutes, and then so Yeah, then we'll start at that time. Sorry.
No problem.
All right, don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to anything, and don't, and come back in the same seat, please.
that chair better for you?
So you're on.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Corey Schreffesy. I'm one of the lawyers for Mr. Rittenhouse, along with Mr. Richards and Ms. Wisco. I'm going to try to follow up on some of the questions that had been asked by Mr. Binger. I'm not here to embarrass anybody. If there's something that you want to talk about in the back, feel free. I'm only telling you that because I'm following up on some of the things from individual jurors that you had said. So I'm going to start, if I can, with juror number 23 in seat 23. Ma'am, you had mentioned that your son had gone down to the riots, the protests, whatever it was, and you had, should she have a microphone, Judge?
Yes. Juror 23, the microphone, right up front here.
Okay, so you had said that your son had gone down there, and you didn't remember what day it was, though, is that right? Okay. Can I ask you, how old is your son?
He was 19 at the time.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you were you had asked him not to do that.
Exactly.
Okay. Can I ask you, it's a broad question, but why? Were you worried for his safety? Did you not want him to get arrested? Kind of all of it? What was kind of going through your mind?
Mostly his safety, not knowing what was going on down there, and I'm just kind of the type of person to lock up and stay home and be safe and protect my own and not go look for any trouble.
Sounds good to me. Sorry, Judge. Were you watching what was happening?
Yes.
All right. And so you had observed property damage, things like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Fires that were going on.
Okay. And so the biggest concern you had was for his safety?
Yes. I just didn't think he needed to be any part of it.
Okay. You had also mentioned that Mr. Binger had asked a question, and you had mentioned that you had purchased, if I have it right, you had purchased a firearm directly because of what was happening in Kenosha?
Yes.
And so that is something that prior to that time frame, you hadn't had a firearm in your residence, or you hadn't felt the need to protect yourself that way?
Had not ever had a gun in my possession, and after all of that, neighbors yelling that I shouldn't have my flag hanging, my United States of America flag should not be up because, for whatever reason, I left it up and I got a gun.
Thank you. Juror number 31, I think in seat 31. You had mentioned that, and tell me if I have this right, that there was a question about how you felt about Thanksgiving, or you were going to have Thanksgiving. And so your nephew was a police officer in Kenosha?
Not in Kenosha. He was a police officer for 10 years up in Windfish Bay.
Did he come down to Kenosha, August 23rd, 24th, 25th?
He was not there, but he felt threatened even in his area, to the point that, you know, kissing his little kids goodbye, not knowing if he was going to see him the next day because of the uproar and the riots that he was seeing.
If you know, was it equated, his decision to no longer be a police officer, was that related to specifically what had happened in Kenosha?
I think it was part of it. You know, I think the lack of police support, which we are very supportive of our police and good friends with many, that it hurt him too, but he knew he couldn't handle it anymore.
Thank you. Juror number 40 in seat 24, right behind you there. So I just have one simple question. You had mentioned, I think a couple times, that you're a foster parent. Is that right?
I'm a previous foster parent. We don't have our foster license.
Okay. The reason I say that is I am too, and you had known, or you know Mary Hart through that. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Without getting into too much detail, is it something that you had dealt with Attorney Hart on a lot? Like, have you seen her a lot as it relates to this foster care kind of thing?
For the foster parent, the Foster Parent Association, like banquet, she was like a speaker and a guest for quite a few of those. But then she was just in at most of our court proceedings throughout.
Okay.
And the termination of parental rights.
But nothing about that involvement with her would have any impact on your decision in terms of listening to the evidence in this case. Thank you. You all had mentioned that you were aware of the case. Nobody had raised their hand when they said that they weren't aware of what was going on. Is there anybody on the panel who has really done or tried to do a concerted effort to follow the case? Meaning, every time there's an article written or every time there's something said, that you are always paying attention to it, you're keeping track of kind of what's going on in the case. Has anybody been doing that? I see no hands. So, in listening to some of the things you all have talked about, I don't live in Kenosha, but my question is this: based on what had happened, looking at it from the outside in, how many people on the panel are angry about what had happened?
When you talk about what had happened, can you specify?
I'm sorry, the 24th and into the 25th, the whole riots thing, and why we're here. Is there anybody here who's angry?
You say the 24th and into the 25th, the whole riot thing, why we're here. We're not here for the riot. Be clearer on exactly what you're talking about.
The 24th, and then the next day into the 25th, and into the night of what would be the 26th. So the riot the day before, and then Mr. Rittenhouse and the shooting the next day. Is there anybody here who's just angry about what had happened to the point that they don't feel like they can sit and listen to the case? Juror number 4. So can you just tell me about your feelings?
Well, it's just, just listening to it, I'm just getting really anxious. A lot of anxiety over it. Like, I don't know, maybe it's just reliving it. I live so close to everything that happened. It's just really bothering me.
The question will always be, do you think that you can set aside those feelings and...
At this point, I don't think I can.
Can I ask you, what is it? Is it the anxiety about listening to the case? Is it having to judge the case if you're picked? Can you tell me what that is?
It's kind of hard to describe what is causing the anxiety, but I just know that this whole thing is causing me. To pinpoint the exact reason is kind of hard.
Do you think that if you're given whatever, I know the judge had talked about if you needed a break or anything like that, is it something that you think you can get through it, or is it something that you think you would be unable to do?
I don't know. Kind of hard to say.
Is there any reason that is there anything at this point that makes you believe you can't do that?
No, I guess not. No.
Okay. So anybody else who was, and I'm just going to put it, that was so bothered by what had happened that they would find it difficult to listen to the facts of the case? No other hands. Mr. Binger had said, he had asked if anybody has a problem with people protesting, and obviously no one had raised their hands. Is there anybody here who believes that it's okay to damage property as a form of protesting? Anybody think that's okay? I see no hands. Did any member of the panel, I know no one said they were down there on, I think, the evening of the 24th. Did anybody go down and try to help clean up and see kind of the aftermath the next morning into the morning of the 25th? Anybody do that? Juror number 11.
I didn't go down to help clean up, but I did go down to view what had happened, the aftermath, what it was.
And can I ask you where you were specifically, if you remember?
Driving through the downtown and the uptown area to see the damage that was done.
Okay, and you were able to observe
Yes.
some of the, okay.
Carefully.
I'm sorry?
Very carefully.
Would it,
It affected me.
did it affect you in a way that would make it difficult?
Oh, no.
Okay, so you
I'm
could.
a very objective person.
Okay, so what you saw, although it affected you, wouldn't have an impact on your ability to listen to the case. Anyone else who might have went down there or seen anything? Make sure I have this right. Juror 29.
I just want to repeat that I was down there to board up uptown and downtown. I was down there to clean up.
Did you, when you were down there, did you have an opportunity, was it before buildings were damaged or after?
Both.
Okay.
Protect the ones that were damaged yet and also board up the ones that were already damaged.
All right, and seeing whatever it is that you observed and however that made you feel, do you think that would make it difficult for you to judge this case fairly?
No.
Okay. Anyone else? Oh, juror number 54.
I just drove down in the area downtown Athens like 2 or 3 days after.
Was it, I'm assuming it was still
Yes.
substantial, there was substantial damage? And again, however it made you feel, any difficulty in kind of separating that from what your job would be here? Okay. So is there anyone here, you have heard the judge has told you that some of the charges involve possession of a firearm. I think Mr. Binger had asked you if you understand the workings of a firearm. My question is this: is there anyone who, knowing what you know about, or your feelings about that night, is there anyone who believes that, irrespective of what the evidence would be, that if a person brought a firearm downtown, they're guilty of something? Does anybody believe that? I see no hands. One of the charges is a violation of a curfew. Does anyone believe that if there's a violation of a curfew, that fact alone then holds them responsible for everything else that happened after that curfew? Does anybody believe that? I see no hands. I think the judge will tell you this. So there's 6 charges, I think. Each one requires a separate finding by you beyond a reasonable doubt. Is there anyone who would have difficulty separating?
One of them is a civil burden only.
Okay, that's right. But fair enough. So the curfew violation is a civil ticket. But is there anyone here who would have difficulty kind of separating these out and saying, I'm going to make specific findings on each charge, irrespective of the other charge? Meaning, you're going to hold the state to their burden on each one of the 6 charges. Anybody have any difficulty kind of supporting that idea? I see no hands. Mr. Binger had asked you about the workings of a firearm. I think you'll hear about the firearm in this case. Okay? The firearm in this case, I think it'll be referred to as an AR-15. It's an MP-15, but it's referred to that. Is anybody so bothered by that type of firearm that they don't think that they could listen to the facts of the case and judge it fairly? Anybody have such a problem with that? Okay. I want to make sure I have it right. I'm not going to have it right. Juror number 30. Okay.
So yes, I do have a problem with it.
Okay. Can you, I don't want this to sound like a dumb question, but can you just tell me your feelings on it?
I don't think a weapon like that should belong to the general public.
Okay. If it's legal to purchase, and you have your feelings, which are, I'm just going to complain about that. And the firearm in and of itself isn't illegal. Do you think you can judge this case fairly, understanding that it involves a firearm that you don't think should be legal?
No.
Okay. So you think you would be, you would have difficulty setting aside whatever preconceived notions or whatever your feelings are about the case and judge it fairly?
Yeah.
Okay. Judge, I would move to strike 30.
Hey. Go ahead.
Ma'am, I just want to clarify something. So there are going to be a lot of facts in this case about a lot of different things. Counsel's asked about the curfew, about the events of that night, protests, things like that. Am I understanding you correctly that just the simple fact that if the evidence shows that the defendant possessed an AR-15, you would find him guilty of all of the charges just based on that fact?
Pretty much.
Okay. Then I have no objection.
What was the answer, pretty much?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to excuse you. And please give her a note. And
Juror number 60.
all right. Ma'am, would you have answered yes to any of the questions, or raise your hand in answer to any of the, would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far?
Yes, sir.
What's up?
Just about medication. I recently started an antidepressant and
Okay.
stomach medicine that makes me extremely loopy.
It makes you
extremely loopy.
loopy? Okay.
Yeah, like I can't comprehend anything.
Okay.
I didn't take it today just because I knew I was going to be here, but that is one of my concerns.
Okay. Do you know when this is about to happen or happening?
I mean, I get a weird feeling after I do take the medicine, but there's not, like, I don't have a time frame of when it kicks in. Like I said, I just started like 2 weeks ago, so
Okay.
it will take a month or so for my body to get used to it. Like I said, that's my only concern.
And what is, how much of a concern is it to you in terms of your fearing this happen? Not from the standpoint you're warning me about it conceivably happening, but how likely do you think it is to happen?
It happens every time I take the medicine.
Do it? Okay.
Yeah.
And doctor has suggested that you take the
Yeah.
medicine regularly?
Yeah, we're going through trial and error to figure out
Okay,
what's
sure,
going on
sure.
medically.
Okay. Any reason this lady shouldn't be excused?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And, no, you can just leave it, yeah.
Juror number 61.
These mystery notes that I'm talking about are just related to appearing for service later in the week on a different case. So. All right, ma'am, would you have answered yes to any of the questions asked so far? Okay, thank you. Please be seated. In number 30.
Okay. So you, I think, have been asked a couple questions by the court about people who know police officers, people who know sheriff's deputies, and all that other stuff. Is there any person on the panel who believes or would believe the word of a police officer over someone else in the community or any of us simply because they're police officers? That those people are more believable than everyday folks? Anybody find that to be true? Okay. How about that same question if someone, for example, has a financial interest in the case? Would they? How would you, or would you believe them less because of that? Juror, I'm going to make sure I have it right. Juror number 40 in seat 24. Okay, so you I don't want to put words in your mouth. Okay.
I didn't hear you, ma'am. I said I would be more skeptical.
Okay. Okay.
Given if they had a motivation to give their correct information.
Okay. And I saw what I believe to be juror number 43 in seat 3, kind of like.
Yeah, 43.
Okay. So 43 is same. Is it? You tell me your answer to that question.
Yes, in any situation, if someone benefits from something, you have to, you have to wonder if they're pure.
Okay. Anyone else? Juror number 31.
I would just think it would be a conflict of interest that they would be up there in this, that they would have an alternative motive to financially benefit from it.
Okay. How about Mr. Rittenhouse has the constitutional right to testify and the constitutional right not to testify. Is there anybody here who would find him less credible simply because he is charged in this case? That no matter what he says, he's less credible as a witness? Anybody actually believe that to be true? I don't see any hands. How about, I think you'll hear from some experts in this case. Does anyone here have any training in medicine or being a nurse or anything like that? Okay, so juror number 31.
I'm a pharmacist and I teach at medical school in Milwaukee.
I'm going to ask you this question. Do they teach anything about like frontline, like emergency room things? And they do. So do you have any personal knowledge of things like gunshot wounds, anything?
Gunshot wounds, but administration of like Naloxone for opioid overdoses and things like that.
Okay. Okay, so I think you will, so you are a pharmacist. You will likely hear from some medical doctors. Do you, because they're medical doctors, do you believe them to be more trustworthy and believable than anyone else?
Depends on the content. If it's medical based, yes, they would probably be the experts in this area.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Anybody else who, juror number 27? Okay, and if I have this right, one of you have a PhD, or I don't know if it's called a PhD. Okay, so you are the equivalent of a doctor of pharmacy.
Nowadays? No?
Not if you're old like me.
Nowadays.
Same question to you. Do you have any like specialized knowledge or maybe more knowledge about things like gunshot wounds or things like that?
No,
Okay, do you know what stippling is? Okay. And I don't want to assume this, but you're going to hear from physicians, you are maybe as educated or more educated than they are. Are you willing to kind of listen to the evidence that they provide, or is it kind of a foregone conclusion that they're right?
I guess it depends on what they're speaking about.
Okay.
Like she said, you would think that they're the experts in their field if they're being called.
Right. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Anybody else who has any medical training? The juror number 13. You're a paramedic, is that right, sir?
That's correct.
Have you ever arrived on the scene or have dealt with a gunshot before?
Not a gunshot.
Do you have familiarity with any aspects of gunshot wounds or anything like that?
Yeah, we train on it, relatively frequently.
Do you know what stippling is?
We do not.
Okay. Is there anything that you know, that your knowledge about in terms of the work that you do that you would not be at least willing to listen to the evidence?
No.
All right. That's all I have for you. Thank you. Anyone else? I thought I saw one more hand, but I could be wildly mistaken. And I am. I think Mr. Binger asked you about if some of you had working knowledge of firearms. I think he asked that. I see a show of hands of people who have working knowledge of firearms. And so juror number 2. Would you be willing to tell me what the basis of knowledge is and things like that?
Well, I've shot 22s, shotguns, never gone hunting, got some target practice, shot some squirrels inside my buildings, but I'm not a hunter, I'm not a gun enthusiast, I'm a collector, familiar with small ones.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in that back row that has juror number 43 in seat 3?
I have a 9mm.
That you personally have? So. Okay. And have you? I'm assuming you've taken that out and.
Yes, I have shot it a couple times, but I've taken a concealed carry class.
And can I ask, is the primary use just for target practice and things like that?
Safety as a female at home.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. That's all I have for you. I just want to make sure I have it right, sir. I'm sorry. Juror number 58 in seat 6.
Hunter safety training, hunting before, gun practice, family, firearms, things like that.
Would you say that you have a pretty good working knowledge of how they work and things like that?
Yeah, basic level knowledge, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the back row? Juror number 45 in seat number 8.
Grew up with guns, hunter safety, hunting, all aspects, many different types of firearms, proficient.
So when you say, I'm not as familiar, when you say proficient, does that just mean you're good at, like, shooting?
Yeah, it's shooting in the operation of how they work, general knowledge of them, so.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the back row? Juror number 11 juror number 52 in seat 10.
We have guns at home. I've shot them before. Grew up with guns, hunting safety, just family.
Okay. And is there anything about firearms involved in this case that would make it difficult for you to listen to the case? Thank you. Juror number 11 in seat 11. Just kind of a working knowledge. You have a working knowledge of firearms?
Yes, I do. I grew up around firearms, very safe with them. I did not attend any kind of safety course. I never went hunting. However, I do a lot of target practice and again for personal safety.
Okay, thank you. The judge would describe that as the second row. Anybody in the second row that has, and you are
21.
You are 21. Okay.
It's just we have it for home defense, but I know your basic on safety, and I know how to take it apart and put it back together.
Okay. Anyone else who spends time with or is familiar with firearms? I'm sorry. This is juror number 20. I know this. 29.
Hunter safety. I'm a member of a range for target practice, and I also own my.
Okay. And is it, if you don't mind me asking, is it more, well, you go to a range, so is it more for just practicing? Is it more for personal safety? Both?
Both.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And just so I'm clear, this is juror
28.
28 in seat. Okay, 28. Yep.
M16, 45, 22, 12 gauge.
And those are things that you've used before?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. 27 and 27.
I own one on shooting my husband. He has some carrying. He's also a hunter. I don't do that though.
Is your use of it more just to go kind of spend time with your spouse, or is it personal safety or?
Personal safety, I guess. I was robbed at gunpoint, so.
So you've been the victim of a crime with a firearm?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask you, would that have an impact on your ability? Can I ask you, how long ago was that?
2012. So, 10 years ago?
Was the person arrested?
Yes. I had to go to court.
Okay.
And I picked them out.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Picked them out. They went to, I went to court. They were arrested.
I can only assume that that was an incredibly traumatic experience. Hearing about firearms in this case and firearms being discharged and what you obviously know we're going to talk about, would that have an impact on your ability to listen to this case?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. 26 and 26.
I shoot recreationally and I take gun safety classes.
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
I shoot recreationally and I take gun safety classes.
Thank you.
Is it something you do regularly?
About once a year.
Once a year. Okay. All right. Thank you. 26 in seat 26.
25.
I'm sorry, 25 and 25.
Big hunting family. It's like 3 generations now. I also shoot recreationally. I also for protection.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else? I'm sorry, ma'am. 40 in seat 24.
That's correct. My husband is an active hunter. He's got a gun collection, and he's brought me shot shooting a couple of times, but I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but by any means. He's wanting me to take a concealed carry class or a hunter safety class so that way I can be more confident and not as uncomfortable around guns.
Do you think it's important to have some comfort level for you with the firearm?
Yes. Yeah. I during all of the unrest, I was very anxious at home with 5 kids. While my husband was away at work. So I didn't feel comfortable and I didn't feel safe at home. But I knew I'll be more of a danger to myself if I were to get his guns. He told me where they were and where the keys were to the safe and everything, but I didn't feel comfortable with it. So that's why he's expressed interest in getting me to get more knowledge. But both of our families are big hunters. So.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Juror 23. Yeah, no, same thing. But it sounds like you got a gun in particular for safety.
Yes, and as it turns out, I enjoy target practice a lot. So I go shooting quite often and to gain accuracy and comfort.
So would it be fair to say it was something you did initially for safety now that has turned into something that you actually, I don't want to say it's a hobby maybe, but you enjoy doing?
I enjoy doing it, and I encourage myself to do it because I want to be accurate.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, there's one more, Juror 54 in seat 33.
Husband and my son are both private hunters, and his family grew up, my husband's family grew up hunting, and he's got a gun collection. I've only shot a gun twice, just with the targets. I do not own them.
Is there anything about, and this can go not only to juror number 54, but everybody, we had talked about the specific gun being bothersome, at least to one juror. Is there anybody here who's just so bothered by guns that, there are certain things that just are a non-starter for people, where they don't want to hear the evidence, they don't want to listen to it. Is there anybody here who feels that way about firearms, that they just would be unwilling to listen to the facts of the case? I see no hands. You sure can. Juror number 31.
Okay, earlier you had asked about the type of gun that it was and how comfortable we were with that type of gun. In my opinion, the only type of gun that I would classify that is a machine gun. And I raised my hand, but we got disturbed by something. So that being said, I just wanted it noted that, no, I don't believe a machine gun should be in anyone's hands.
So I don't know a whole lot about firearms. Can you tell me what your definition of a machine gun is?
A machine gun that is able to shoot multiple rounds.
When you say that, by you just hold the trigger down and then bullets just keep coming?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I don't think that type of gun is necessary for the public.
Well, you're going to, this case is going to involve a gun that you may be, I don't want to say uncomfortable, but
yeah.
Your feelings on it, okay? So I don't think I'm going to sugarcoat this. You're going to hear that that gun is out and about in Kenosha. How would...
Then it shouldn't be.
Okay. With that belief, do you think you can still listen to the case and judge it fairly, or are you bothered enough by your feelings about the type of firearm that you would be unwilling to set that aside? I appreciate you being honest about it. I think everybody does. So
I would try my best to try to be very neutral about it. I would try my best.
So the judge has asked, do you think somebody could do a better job than you sitting in your chair?
Nobody wants to be in this chair, I'll tell you that.
You said nobody wants to be in this chair?
Nobody wants to be in this chair. I'd be rather sitting in a hard bench.
Okay, I'll get back to that in a second, but I'm really just, and I think everybody just wants the people that are going to be as fair as possible. And if there's something that is telling you that you don't think that you can be as fair as possible, I think everybody on this side would want to know that. Do you think, with the feelings that you have, I think it's a, I don't want to say it's a yes or no, but what are your feelings on that?
I would try to be fair for everyone's, both sides of it. I just really feel as if I'm taking it away from just the gun itself. I don't like that gun.
I think I'm going to interject. I'm going to invite correction by the lawyers because you've used the term a machine gun. And there was a time 50 years ago when a machine gun was a gun that on a single depression of the trigger would fire multiple rounds. That type of gun still exists and, for example, is used in the military. They are unlawful in almost all instances for sale to individuals. That's called now a fully automatic weapon. That means that the single trigger depression can discharge as many bullets as the firearm is capable of discharging for as long as the trigger is depressed. Then there are guns that are semi-automatic, where they're capable of firing a large number of rounds, but every time requires a single trigger pull. There have been devices created which can render those effectively fully automatic. They are not lawful for sale in this country, but I think the old ones are still out there, which would make the gun the equivalent of a fully automatic weapon. So there's semi-automatic, single depression, discharges only one bullet, and it's as fast as you can pull your trigger, the number of times you can pull the trigger. And there's the fully automatic, which will fire as long as it's held down. Does that make sense? Anybody have a question about that accuracy of that? Okay, go ahead now.
Would it matter to you whether or not, how would it change your opinion if you knew that it was not fully automatic, that it was a single depression? Would that change your opinion and how you feel?
The intent to shoot a particular person or thing would be more deliberate than if it was a machine gun and you're just taking down everybody. The machine gun being automatic, I guess, is a word I should have done.
So I just want to make sure that I understand your position on it. Okay, so the judge has told you about, no one here is going to allege that there was an automatic weapon used. Okay? So it was a single depression, as many times as the judge said, as fast as you can pull the trigger, but it's a semi-automatic weapon. Knowing that, does that have an impact on your feelings in terms of being able to judge the case fairly?
I guess I have to see how it all mapped out with the evidence.
Would you do your best to try to?
I will do my best.
Okay. Can I ask you this? You had said, and you had brought something else up, you had said nobody wants to be sitting in that chair.
Absolutely. Ask any of us.
Okay, well, I might. What about, is it the anxiety of potentially being on a case like this? Is it just...
It's scary. The last case I was on, it was a former patient of mine that was murdered. You're scared to go to your car. You're scared to go home. I live very close to Antioch, where he is from. When we thought the riots were going out, yes, it's so scary. I live so close to where he's from.
Would your fear, if that's the right word, would that impact your ability to decide the case fairly? Would you be worried about outcome?
No. My fear is walking out of any of the days of court and just wondering what we're walking out to. What are our cars going to look like when we're going out to them? Are they going to be slashed? Or are they going to be damaged? Am I going to be able to get home safe? That's scary.
Just to interject, there are measures that will be taken with the jury that is selected to deal with those fears. And I think your fears would be substantially diminished once you're made aware of them, but I'm not going to talk about them right now because they're less effective if I do. So we'll leave it at that.
I appreciate your honesty. Is there anybody else trying to follow up on that? Anybody else who feels that sitting on the jury, on this particular jury, would be difficult because of either the pressure, anxiety from any of the things that Juror 31 had said, fear of what a verdict might do or be, what it means to the community? Anybody here have those fears? Juror 4, if I remember this, 40 and 24.
Yeah, I think I'm more afraid of the community, and I should say all the outsiders from our community that are coming in because this is such a public case. Just brings it back to August last year. The civil unrest, or the possibility of the unrest and the unknowns, it just makes you feel uncomfortable.
Do you have concerns that a specific verdict could be a problem for the community?
Potentially.
Okay, so there's...
I think because it's, I mean, the judge had stated that this isn't a political case, but that doesn't stop the politics from outside the courtroom, you know what I mean? So people are going to do what they're going to do. Does that make it right? Absolutely not. But I can only,
How do you, would it impact your ability to be fair, though, having lived through whatever you lived through, however you felt about it, would that impact your ability to judge this case fairly because of those concerns?
No. I think it's more so, like she had mentioned, like what happens when we leave the courthouse and all of the unrest that could possibly be there.
And let me just tell you that I've been in this business for over 50 years in the criminal courts, and I have never, ever had any incident in any of the courts, not just in my court, but in other judges, involving any kind of peril to the jurors. And believe me, we've had some pretty fearsome people in here over the years. So I understand why people would be concerned, but I can tell you that we've never ever had a problem. And well, I'll leave it at that.
I guess I'm maybe explaining this wrong. I'm not concerned about my own physical safety. I think just community safety as a whole. That, I mean, it tends to bring the crazies out.
So I don't want to belabor the point, but what I want to just figure out is, are you okay? Meaning, are you willing to listen to the case, judge the evidence, understanding that a specific verdict, whatever you think might bring out, as you call them, the crazies, are you okay saying, look, I'm still going to do what, I'm going to follow the law, I'm going to listen to the instructions the court gives, and I'm going to render a verdict that I believe to be correct, with all of that kind of background noise?
Yes, just because I got my own self-integrity thing. And so, yes, I don't think that it would factor into me being unbiased and being able to look at it, look at all the evidence and be able to make a decision. And
Thank you. I think juror 15, did you have your hand up, ma'am?
This is going back to before.
Yes.
About the influences of family and friends. And you were gonna, they stopped after the prosecution questioned me. You were going to have lost concentration. And you were gonna question me because, as you put it, you didn't sit impartially. I don't think I could. And at that point, I think there's others that would be better served to take my chair because of the interaction with my husband. Not discussing the case, but the end result when we're up.
Is it something that would, I want to do this delicately, I don't want to.
Let me ask this, is there objection to excusing this juror?
No, you don't think you can be fair, is that right, ma'am? Based on that.
All right, I'm going to excuse you, ma'am, thank you. Was it 62?
Yes, juror 62.
All right, look. Well, even though we haven't started the trial yet, I think there's one thing we can all agree on. He is very fashionably dressed. Don't you agree? All right. I'm sure we've got a few Cub fans in here, but anyway. Would you have raised your hand and answered any of the questions? What's up?
I have classes that affect my water license that I've scheduled that are in the next 2 weeks for my water license, and I also have a 24-hour call shift coming on. 24-hour call shift?
Water license.
I'm a wastewater water operator.
Okay, and the clerk is nodding yes, and she grew up on a farm, so this obviously is something rural, right?
No, this is Lake
No?
County. I work for that county.
What's that?
Municipality.
Oh, a municipality. You work in Lake County? Do you wear that shirt to work?
They won't let me, but I wish.
All right. So this is something that's essential for your employment?
Yes, sir.
What would happen if you didn't do that?
I could lose my license, and I could also not get a raise.
Well, is there objection to this gentleman being excused?
No.
Okay, thank you. What's that? Yeah, a sheet. Yeah, and she's a big Cub fan, so she's gonna. This is gonna.
Juror number 63.
All right, sir, would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far?
Yes.
Which ones?
I have a conflict with the schedule, and also I have a yes question for one of the question about the AR-15, which one of the jury said that I agree with her. That's why I think there's someone more qualified for this trial.
Okay, let's break it down a little bit, and maybe you'd be more comfortable in the chair over there. Why don't you come on up and sit in seat 15, and then you won't have to stand there and answer questions. All right, thank you. Okay, you indicated you had generally an agreement with the lady who was excused about her views on the firearm involved?
Yes.
Okay. What is your personal belief on the subject?
I believe that there's someone here more qualified for...
No. My question wasn't clear. what is your, I don't remember the exact question that was asked of the lady, but it had to do with whether or not she would be able to be fair on all of the crimes that are charged and the particular elements of them, and that simply because the defendant is alleged to have been in possession of that type of a firearm, that she would just vote guilty regardless of the proof. That's not a totally fair statement, but it. Want to improve on that? You asked the question.
I think the juror was unwilling to set aside the fact that she was so bothered by the type of firearm that was used that she would be unable to honestly listen to the facts of the case.
Yes, I'm pretty much on the same page. Yeah.
Let's just, when you said you had a schedule conflict?
Yes, I do. I have a trip scheduled for November 19th. And I understood that the trial may not take at least 2 weeks.
Well, it would take us up to the 19th would be the Friday after we're supposed to be done, hoping to be done. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. But I'll let Mr. Sharafi examine you further on the weapons issue if he wishes, and I'll allow the state to respond as well.
So, juror number 63. So, just trying to follow up, and I want to have you answer as honestly as you can. Are you willing to listen to the evidence, understanding some of the evidence is going to involve possession of a semi-automatic firearm that looks like an AR-15? Are you willing to listen to the evidence and judge this case based solely on that evidence, irrespective of your feelings about that firearm?
Yes.
Okay. So are you willing to judge each individual charge that involves that firearm based on the evidence that you hear in the case and is presented to you, setting aside and understanding the fact that you have these feelings about this firearm?
Yes,
Based on. Okay. Thank you. I was asking, I'm sorry, Judge, you raised your hand?
I need to scratch my eye.
Sorry. I think that, and I'm not looking to point fingers, but I think juror number 46 in seat 17, there was questions about fear of sitting in those seats or anxiety about sitting in those seats. And I know you didn't raise your hand, but your body language was telling me that you were not thrilled about this. So is that true?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what everybody's interested in is, and I understand there's anxiety probably for everyone. Is it something that you can?
Oh, well, just the other day, I was driving down 60 and they're already boarding things up, which freaked me out. Like, come on, you know. So, yeah, I'm worried about the safety. And I even didn't even drive my car here today. I took a Lyft because I don't want anybody seeing my car. So I'm just kind of freaked out about that, yes.
Okay. Would it impact your ability to render the verdict that you thought was correct?
Oh, no, it wouldn't impact. No, it wouldn't impact that.
Okay. Anyone else that have concerns about being on the panel in terms of safety or, I'm sorry, 34.
34. So I really want to serve on a jury. I really do not want to serve on this jury. I only want to serve on a jury where the people involved directly have an opinion. I figure either way this goes, you're going to have half the country upset with you, and they react poorly. I also drove somebody else's car here, and while it wouldn't, you know, it is my duty, and you're a guilt tripper up there on the bench, and so I'm a big Hamilton fan, and you keep mentioning the Founding Fathers.
But it's scary because you don't know how people are going to react. And I watch too much TV. And so, of course, you worry. I want to know who's going to have the list of jurors. I'm grateful that you mentioned that we're not photographed. Not only would I not have control over my good side, but I don't want it to be known. I don't want people to know that I'm on a jury, or, I mean, if I'm on a jury, I wouldn't want them to know, and I wouldn't want them to have my list of my name or my address. I don't want people standing outside of my house. You know, it's scary when you think all of a sudden, and it's on the news all over the country. It's not just Kenosha County. So, I mean, it is scary, and I would be very interested to hear how the jury is protected, because...
Sure. And those are legitimate questions, and they recur in cases without commenting on the enormity of this case or its particular facts, the aura of fear that would surround it. If you were here over the years that I've been here, you would have a better idea about the degree of risk that's involved for jurors. I can tell you, one of the things I'll tell whoever's selected on this case, whatever their verdicts are, I will talk about you're never obliged to talk with anybody about the case, but you're welcome to talk about it as little or as much as you want. I tell them that if anyone bothers them, that they should let me know and we'll put a stop to it. And you know what? In 50 years of trying cases, and I tried cases as a lawyer, and now in 38 years as a judge, I've never had a juror threatened. I've never had a juror bothered in any way. I have not been bothered, and I don't have any special arrangements either. I am involved differently, obviously, in the jury, but as you'll find later, if there's a verdict of guilt returned in a criminal trial, then I'm in the sentencing business, and I think that the fear that people have is greater than the reality of risk. I'm not going to say it could never happen. By the way, when was the last time you read about a juror being harmed?
Well, I watched a movie the other day.
Very good.
I'm a Netflix girl.
Okay, all right, I got you. But yeah, you don't hear about it. You once in a decade, once in maybe 15 years, you'll hear about a judge getting assassinated, or not. Yeah, that assassinated, because there are some that happen in the family court's very volatile. The divorce court is very volatile, so you'll hear about those instances once in a decade. In terms of a judge actually being targeted, I would say that's once every 20 years you read about something like that. And these are people who are dealing with this on an everyday basis. So the risk, I can't emphasize enough. And the same thing with prosecutors. So if I could tell you, well, there's no risk at all, but I wouldn't be being honest with you. I am telling you that I've never seen it. I've anything even close to it. And as far as these people who are spouting off all over the country, when you have a case that gets this much publicity, we get people. I'm going to leave it at that. I can't strongly enough tell you that I think that the risk of which you're concerned, I don't want to minimize it, but on the other hand, I don't want to assume proportions that it doesn't deserve. Okay?
Well, I appreciate your comforting words.
Even if I'm, what did you call me?
Comforting words.
No, before that, what did you say? Guilt tripping?
I did call you a really good guilt tripper.
That's going to last. All right, go ahead, Mr. Sharefsky.
My only question is, with that understandable pressure that you feel or anxiety that you feel, I think everybody's concern is that that pressure then makes you decide something that you don't actually believe in because you feel pressure to.
I don't think there's a right answer. I don't think, some cases I think they probably, if you decided guilty, it would get, it would be better. Or if you decided innocent, it would be better. I feel like it's as divided as politics and as racial tensions are. I think that there are no winners. I think.
But ma'am, who else is going to decide?
No, I agree. And honestly, we could all say whatever to get out of the chair. If we weren't here to be honest and to try to come up with an honest verdict based on evidence, I don't think people would still be sitting here. Because you could say some really off-the-wall things, and I've had lots of suggestions from people about what to say or what to wear to get off the jury, but I don't believe that's true, and I also don't believe in perjuring yourself to get out of a civic duty. I'm just saying, I feel like whatever the verdict is, there's going to be half the country that's going to be up in arms about it. And we've seen what that did to the city of Kenosha. Last year, I don't live in the city, so I wasn't personally affected, but so many people, even leaving here today have been, and it's just scary. And I don't want people to have my name, and I don't want to be seen on TV, and I don't want people to come after in their haze of praise.
Maybe the country will calm down
Well,
after they see a verdict at a fair trial.
that would be amazing if that happened. I love your optimism as well.
Thank you, ma'am. My last kind of area is, nobody's going to hide this point, and it was raised a little bit. Is there anybody on the panel who does not believe in the concept of self-defense as a defense in court? That you should not be able to use self-defense to defend yourself? I see no hands. What I think you will hear, what I know you will hear, in this particular case is that in a case like this where self-defense is raised, once it's raised, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it wasn't self-defense. Not that we don't have to prove that he was acting in self-defense. They have to prove that he wasn't, which it might be unusual. Is there anyone here who thinks it's unfair to make the state hold that burden of proof that Mr. Rittenhouse, in fact, did not act in self-defense? Does anybody think that's a problem? I see no hands. The other thing is, which is a little unusual, is I think you will be asked to view that self-defense from the shoes of Mr. Rittenhouse, not from all of us sitting here semi-comfortable today. So you'll be asked to view it from his shoes. Does anybody think that is also unfair? I see no hands. And lastly, the judge had commented on the idea of presumption of innocence when he was talking about the founding fathers. So the idea is that as he sits here right now today, with everybody having your feelings about what you've seen, what you've heard, what you've watched, as he sits here today, presumed to be innocent. Everybody gets that. Does anybody think that that is unfair to, I guess it would be to the state? Does anybody think that it should start kind of in the middle, that there should be no presumption of innocence? Does anybody feel that way? I see no hands. And I have no other questions.
Thank you. All right, folks, I think we're going to take about a 10, hopefully 10, maybe 15-minute recess. And then we're going to be calling jurors into the library, one at a time, and asking some questions that we didn't bore into here, that are better asked outside the presence of the other jurors. And during that time, please remain in your seats. We're going to take a little bit of a break too. First, and then after that, please remain in your seats, and you're welcome to talk about anything you want, including that gentleman's very fashionable shirt, or anything else other than something that relates to the case or the evidence or the people or anything like that. And then we'll start calling, and stay alert, everybody, because there may be some additional people who will be excused, and some of you folks will be called up to replace those people. So you need to be just as attentive, and across the street too, just as attentive as before once we get started again, but there won't be anything happening right in your presence. So it's going to be done in the library outside the presence of the other jurors. Media, we're going to allow at least one media representative in the library while we do this. Maybe two. I guess I already committed to two, so we'll find the chairs. It's because the room is smaller, and I think also two from each party, two additional folks from each party. Any questions, anybody? Okay. And these questions are going to relate to the very issues you were asked about here, only perhaps more in depth. Okay, so bear with us, and let's everybody try to be back in your seat at that some what's the word I want? Time freak comes and set these clocks so that they're 2 or 3 minutes ahead, which is not good for a guy like me. But we're going to use, I guess, the clock time. There's clock time that's showing on that clock, and we'll start at. We'll try to start at 20 after on that clock up there, which is more likely 17 after. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Any question? Okay. Thank you.